Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I am your host, Coach Renz, and welcome to the show. If you find us for the first time on this channel, we deconstruct Christianity. We go live every Monday through Friday, at 12, normally at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Started out a little bit late today. I forgot to make a change on something. Just dawned on me. But we're here now. I forgot to make one adjustment before we get this party started, but it's all right. Let me make this adjustment. Hopefully everybody's having a good week thus far. It's a great Tuesday. Everything's going well. Everything going all right. I'm pretty sure everything's all right with your life. We have figured out what we're going to do next year for our meetup. We have figured it out. We're going to take a cruise. And I'm going to have more information later. But that's what we're doing. So hope you're ready. All right. I forgot to make one adjustment. An adjustment has been made. How you doing, Miss Big Ups? Mayday. How we doing? Welcome to the show. So, we go live 12 noon. Started a little late today. Hey, Teresa. Started a little bit late today. But we are going to hopefully have a lively conversation. This is one of those things that I originally questioned when I was younger, continue to question, which is the tree of life until I walked away from this religion. Because, of course, once you walk away, there is absolutely no reason to question it anymore because you don't care. But in doing what I do now on social, we bring these things back into question. So the tree of life. The tree of life has always been an interesting concept. When we look at multiple ancient cultures, there is always some sort of tree that exemplifies levels of life, whether it is the continuous life or life has been withheld because something is going wrong with the tree. There is always something. There is always a tree involved. Whether we're one of the most famous trees, other than the biblical tree of life, is the tree of Yggdrasil. Actually, I just realized. All right, so from the Norse mythology, there is the tree of. Let me turn it that way. I don't know if you can't really see it that well, but the Yggdrasil tree, right? From Norse mythology. Y'all can't really see it that well either. Yeah. As always, it's a nice piece of jewelry. Oh, shit, I forgot. Tree of life symbol. I forgot that this has a tree of life symbol on it. So we had the tree of Yggdrasil. Of course, if you watch the Avatar movie, they, really delve deep into this whole tree of life thing, and tree consciousness. When you look at the Babylonian story or the Epic of Gilgamesh, you have the Lalutu tree. And, Elnana, she wanted a throne built out of the Lalutu tree, but she had to get rid of the raven and the snake that was in it. So she charged Gilgamesh. She told him she'll tell him the secrets to immortality if he were to run this raven and snake or snake bird away from the Lalutu tree so that she can have her throne made out of it. But immortality was attached to the Lalutu tree. Odin was nailed to the Lalutu tree. To the tree of Yggdrasil in order to gain wisdom and sacrifice his eye. I think it was Yggdrasil that he was nailed to. I'm not as equipped with Norse mythology, but there is always a tree. If we look up multiple cultures, you're going to find that trees are always symbols of life. Even the Jesus character, he rips up the fig tree because it wasn't producing figs in season, which doesn't make sense. I always thought that was a dumbass story. Why are you mad at the fig tree for not producing fruit out of season and then you curse it? It's a dumb story. But biblically speaking, we have this tree of life. And the tree of life is mentioned 2 times in two main times in this story. The first time we have this tree mentioned is in the story of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve is in the garden, and they have access to the tree of life. They have access to every tree except for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So since the tree of life was present in the garden, this God, they were eating from this tree. Now, I always said, even as a small child, Adam and Eve must have been, the plan must have been for them to live in this garden for all eternity, because they would have access to the tree of life. As long as they didn't know the difference between good and evil, they can have access to the tree of life. Once they gain the knowledge of good and evil, this God says that now that man has become like us, we have to exclude him, kick him out of the garden, least, and this is the reason why they weren't being kicked out of the garden because they ate from the tree of knowledge. They weren't being kicked out of the garden because they disobeyed this God. Actually, I should say they weren't being kicked out because they disobeyed this God. This God said, now that man has become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil, we got to kick him out. Least he reach out and eat from the tree of life and lives forever. It's almost like this God is afraid of man, that there's something about man that would supersede the abilities of this God or threaten this God. I mean, we see in the Tower of Babel story that this God becomes threatened by man. I mean, this God seems very weak. You know, in the Tower of Babel story, it says that you got to scramble up their language, because if he don't, there's nothing that man cannot achieve. God seems to be afraid of humans for some reason in this story, right? And it is not until man returns back to a automaton, to a slave, to have his mind wiped in Revelation, that man seems to then have access to the tree of life again. If you read Revelations 22, it says that present up there in heaven, there's going to be the river of life, and next to the river of life is going to be the tree of life, and every month is going to produce 12 fruits, and these leaves will be used for the healing of the nations. So, but when you look at this story of Revelations, then for there to be no sorrow, there's no pain, no anguish, and you are just worshiping this God for all eternity. You are surrounding the throne of God, giving him praise for all eternity. You're basically enslaved to this God. So now you have access to the tree of life, because you will be reduced. People think that when they go to heaven, they're going to be elevated, but you're going to be reduced back to the level of Adam and Eve before they ate from the tree of knowledge. Because riddle me this, how can you not have sorrow and you still be you in heaven, knowing that there are people burning and tormented for all eternity? You can't be you. It's impossible for you to still be you. So you have to be mind wiped. You have to be brought back to a state of Adam and Eve, and no memory of self, no memory of family, in order for that to happen. No, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Now, I've heard this one multiple times before, Kevin, mainly when talking with people who are in Ifa. Kevin said that I think that the tree of life is symbolic to the woman's placenta. It looks like a tree, but if you're cut off from it, you don't receive all the nutrition, which is why they shouldn't cut the cord. It falls off naturally. And you're absolutely right about how it falls off naturally. And if you do allow them to cut it, you should keep it, take it for yourselves. It's good for if you let it dry, if you dry it out and then grind it up and put it in capsules, it helps a woman recover from childbirth more rapidly as well. But it does, the placenta does look like has the similarity of a tree in it. I'm not so sure it was symbolic to them back then to mean that. To them, they took it literally. And for me, uh, I don't try to make things be how I can see them today. I look at them how people looked at it back then, and there's zero indication that they thought of it as symbolic. They thought these stories were literal. The Adam and Eve story, to the people who wrote this, were literal stories to them. So it's great. If you want to start a version of Christianity today, or a version of religion that's based on the Bible today, you can make everything symbolic based on how we understand today. 500 years ago, people are going to take the same thing that you said and make it symbolic of something else. That's just that's the nature of religion. Not saying you're wrong, Kevin, but just how you can take it and make it symbolic today like that. But that ain't how they would have looked at it in 700. That's when in 700 BCE, when they was writing this thing, well, when it was oral tradition and they started writing this thing, yeah, they weren't thinking. They were thinking there was a literal tree over yonder. There's a literal Garden of Eden. There's a literal angel with some sword, flaming sword. There's all that stuff happening. When John of Patmos, whomever John of Patmos is, was writing Revelation, he said, he's talking about this vision that he's having. He sees a tree producing fruit. Now, the fruit could represent the 12 tribes of Israel. The tree is the reestablishment of the kingdom of Israel over the world, and that the leaves from the kingdom of Israel is going to heal all the nations, by which it does say the leaves healed all the nations. But all the nations also meant the literal people as well. So when we look at late first century, early second century thought processes, it was it was literal / symbolic. But in either case, you got to have access to this tree of life. Christians believe their immortality doesn't come just because they make it into heaven. You got to eat from this tree. You got to drink from this water. You got to rub these leaves on you to heal you. Right? Should you not already be healed? And this is Revelation 22. So this is the end of the story. If you've already went through the book of life, you've already walked through the pearly gates. You got your room in the mansion or your mansions. You got all your stuff. Right? All the people who are going to be tormented are in the lake of fire. They've been tormented. It's over. It's done with. You good. But you need these leaves to heal the nation. And you need to eat from this tree of life in order to maintain your immortality in heaven. See, it's a hedge. Now, this is just me. It's a hedge. When you Christians think you're going into heaven and you're going to have these immortal bodies, you don't have immortal bodies. What you got is a body that still needs to eat from the tree of life. This God is hedging against the fact that since there was a war in heaven once, there might be a war in heaven again. He already made the mistake of creating angels and devils and demons and whatnot that turned on him, and all of a sudden they're immortal, so he can't kill them. He don't want you bastards who make it up there being immortal. So all he got to do is take away that tree of life again, and eventually all the humans will die. Eventually you're going to die. So it's a hedge. He's hedging his bet because he doesn't know what the outcome is. This guy never knows what the outcome is. Just like yesterday, how we talked about the fact that in the Sodom and Gomorrah story, he wasn't sure if the people was actually doing the crimes that warranted their destruction. So he had to send some people to go verify it. He's not an all-knowing God. Not even slightly. Why in the hell y'all talking about Taco Bell? Proverbs 13:12. Why wouldn't the tree of life just be the answer? I don't know what Proverbs 3 and 12 exactly what it says, but we can go take a peek. Let's see. I really want to know what you guys think about this tree of life. Like, is it just some type of MacGuffin? Some plot device? Is it real? Is it fake? Is it, what's the purpose? Why would you need to still have access to it if you're supposed to have your eternal body? So what is the purpose of even having it in there? Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but the desires fulfilled. But a desire fulfilled is a tree of life. Yeah, that's an interesting little line there. Hope deferred makes the heart sick. So you just keep hoping, keep hoping, keep hoping. Then your heart gets sick because it's never, you never obtain it. But a desire fulfilled is a not the a tree of life. That's some good. That's some good wisdom right there. Actually, I can take that. Now, who put that out there? Lord Augustus, God of the real hoodoo. Because if you give me a bunch of hope deferred, kind of like these people, all these people who thought that it was going to be a rapture, and then he changed the date on you, and you still thought it was going to be a rapture, and you had all that hope, and then that hope got all deferred. And now I've only seen one dude apologize. You know, I ain't heard nobody else apologize for the fake rapture. So all that hope deferred, these people are just sick now. People gave away all their money, gave up their life savings. So that's a good one there. Lord God of the hoodoo. But every time your desire is fulfilled, you do feel uplifted. You feel rejuvenated. You feel like, And that is one reason why I can't get down with Buddhism. I'm not trying to get rid of desire. Desire is a wonderful thing. The tree of life symbolizes what the energy of the soul looks like when observed at a distance. That prove it. I understand what you're saying, but you got to prove that, man. That just sounds like some mystical hoodoo, some mystical, something that somebody would say, and it sound good to people, and they be like, yeah, because when you view the soul from a distance, it was symbolized by the tree of life. You see the branches coming from the root as the person grounds themselves, and then they branch out in this tree of life in energy format, glistening and bright and shining. And then as they root go down into the ground, it spreads out again, becoming part of the root network that we're all connected to, but only those who have grounded themselves in the energy of the earth and the sun. That's what that sounds like to me. It's no more valid than this tree of life existing where you gain immortality. Like, man has always had this quest for immortality. Whether there's always been a story in every culture, and that's what this whole tree of life is coming from. They had the search for immortality with Gilgamesh, Atarhasis, Zuasutra, Unapimtim, all awarded some form of immortality for their faithfulness, right? But man has long been afraid of death, so we create some extra bullshit. Now, I said that this guy could have been hedging his bet for this tree of life and hoping so that if man rebelled, he could die. But it also could be out of the fear of death, you want to guarantee that man still lives. So you put the tree of life in heaven. And if you were reading from the Old Testament and you're John of Patmos and you have your vision, then because you've been told about this tree of life being taken away from Adam and Eve, you're gonna put the tree of life back so that you have reassurance. You reclaim that opportunity. Yeah, I've heard news. Yeah, there are many things that look like the tree branches. When your brain lights up, if you're looking at it from the brain stem, yes, it looks like it's, all the branches go out. But I think that's just a normal pattern of nature. And one of the reasons why the tree was looked at that way. But you could find that in, other patterns of nature. Flowers do it. Um, almost, well, every plant, any plant you're going to have that has a root system, they're all going to look that same way. So anything within our bodies that have a root system, if you look at our blood system, our vascular system, it has a root system. But we're just recognizing patterns in nature, kind of like a Fibonacci spiral. We recognize the pattern in nature. And you can see a Fibonacci spiral in seashells. We see it in plants. We can see that Fibonacci spiral. And people are like, the Fibonacci spiral is some people claim that that's the tree of life. So looking at nature, just as in every other case, man has looked at nature and has ascribed some type of spirituality to it. Right. Yep. Our lungs look just like the branches. Our lungs do. I mean, hell, a piece of broccoli. You get a good stem of broccoli. Thank you for the roses. Appreciate that. You get a stem of broccoli, you got that same thing going on. So it's no wonder that the tree of life, that a tree became that symbol. It provides shade for you. It provides wood so you can build your houses or wagons and whatnot. It was always something. Sorry about that. That was beneficial to you. Thank you for the goat. I appreciate that. Greatest of all time. It's truly just man's fear of death. It's truly just man's fear of death. Fear of the unknown, not knowing what comes next, and being so afraid of it. And most of the time, the reason why people are afraid of death is because they're not truly, truly living life. We own the hamster. Most people are on the hamster wheel, just trying to survive, waiting for the weekend so they can have a good time. People aren't living in the moment. They're always like what Proverbs 13 said. They always got hope for the future. Hope for the future. One day in the future, I'm gonna have the time to travel. One day in the future, I'm gonna have the time to go sit by the lake. One day in the future, I'm gonna not have to work. One day in the future. One day in the future. One day in the future, I'm gonna have a good spouse. One day in the future. It's always one day in the future. I like that. Hope deferred brings misery to the heart. One day in the future is always this one day in the future. Instead of looking around and embracing the moment, enjoying the life. And when you're looking at one day in the future and you're thinking like, oh man, things that just aren't working out. You have big dreams. I got big dreams. I want a big house with big dreams, big cars. You got big dreams. And then they're never achieved. So what do you have? You got the future. You got the future. You got this empty promise. This empty promise of heaven. This empty promise of, oh, we're going to live forever, and there's gonna and think about heaven looks. There's there's no sorrow, and there's no. I'm looking for something on TikTok if I can find it. There's no sorrow. There's always just love and great energy, and everybody's just in love, and there's just happiness abound. I don't think I can bring it up. Nope, I can't. There's just happiness everywhere and all that stuff. And oh, look, now we can be in peaceful heaven. I have on my phone that little thing from Color Purple. It said, "This life is temporary. Heaven is forever." That's the mentality of people. This life is temporary. Heaven is forever. So I ain't gonna worry about the bullshit I'm dealing with here on earth. No, you got to get you got to get it now. You got to go out and live now. You got to enjoy now. And yeah, you playing for the future. You playing for things for tomorrow. But you got to enjoy the now because tomorrow's not promised to you at all. That is one of the truest statements ever. Tomorrow is certainly not promised. Right? They're either in the past or they're in the future. And what matters is right now. It is. What matters is right now, this very moment. This very moment is the most important thing right now. Because you can't do nothing about the past and you don't know what's going to happen. And you can't do nothing about the future either. And if you died right now, how many regrets would you have? Well, you ain't gonna have no regrets. I'm just saying, if you died and you was able to have a moment, let's say you had that moment before death, but you know you died. It's guaranteed. You about to die. You got 10 minutes, and you about to die. Would you be able to sit back and say, you know, I had some ups and downs, but shit, I did this thing? Or would you be like, man, I knew I should have took that trip. I should have did this. I wish I would have done that. I wish I wouldn't have said no. And I wish I would have said yes to this, that, and the third. Which side of the fence do you line up on? Put a 1 in the comments if you live, if you knew that in the next 10 minutes you can say that you ain't do everything, but you did the majority of your life, you did that thing. Put a 2 if you know that in the next 10 minutes, if you died, you would spend that 10 minutes and you know that it would be so much more regret. You would have so much regret. Did you live your life your way? Or did you live your life based on the world, how the world thinks that you should live, how your country thinks you should live? Always chasing a carrot, never eating a damn carrot. Or were you living your life? Might be chasing a carrot, but I'm eating the carrot at the same time. I'm doing both. I'm chasing and eating. And I keep catching them carrots. I ain't just chasing that one carrot and never get there. I'm chasing and I'm eating. I ain't saying, the average person is not going to live the life that they can dream about. All right, got some ones. 50-50. Tina, you probably could have put a 1 in there. Because if you've been getting 50-50, that means you've been achieving some of the shit and doing some things. You might be still, you're still going to be running after some stuff. I had to learn the hard way to start living. Most people do. Adam. They got to hit a wall first. And see, that's one of the devilish things about this. No, let me not call it a devilish thing. That's one of the godly things about this tree of life. It sets you up. The tree of life has set these people up to be enslaved. It set them up to always accept the bullshit of life, thinking that I'll just wait for heaven. The tree of life is going to be present there. There won't be any sorrow. So when I look at my sorry ass life right now, I see all the sorrow. I go to church and they make me feel good. The music and the preaching, I feel happy. And then here come Monday morning. And All that good shit just gone. Then they try to refoster it by walking around praying and thanking the Lord and all this kind of stuff. But inside, they're miserable. Hate the job. Can't stand the person they with. Don't like their friends or they ain't got no friends. Social media now made it worse because now they scrolling on social media and you're seeing all these beautiful places. You're like, ooh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. That's how my mother talks. Oh, that's nice right there. That's just nice. Oh, look at that. That is nice. I sure wouldn't mind going now. Mm-hmm. And it's funny, I even see them on like social media. Like lately, there's a trend of these, and it's mostly girls. Women. I haven't seen a dude do it yet, but they're taking these day trips. Oh, I'm gonna take a day trip to Chicago, or a day trip to. One girl did a day trip to Rome, right? And you have people like, oh, I couldn't do that. I have to be there longer than that. And if I'm gonna do it, I got to do it longer. But you ain't gonna do it at all. So full of shit. What up? Oh, wait a minute.
What's up, Joe?
Let me see what you change your name to this time. Josephus the Truth Teller.
What's cracking? What's cracking?
Tell me about, because you probably know more in the details than me. Tell me about the tree of Yggdrasil.
The tree of Idris?
Yggdrasil. Yeah.
Oh, it's the tree of life. It's the tree that runs in all of us. It's the same stories that Christians plagiarized.
Now, is that the same tree that Odin got staked on?
I think it is.
Or is that a different tree?
Or I think it's a branch of that tree. One of the two.
Oh, okay.
But I come up with Norse mythology, but merely because I know the Norsemen were the number one pain in the Christians' ass throughout society because, well, their idea of dealing with the Christian was using an axe. And I just think that's a great thing to have in our history. Yeah, I'll put it that way. Great thing to have in our history. Yes.
So what are your thoughts today? Since I asked that question,
well, I think it goes back to what I was saying, where it's Christians copying shit that is much older, plagiarizing it, but changing it just a little bit, just enough to fit their fucking bullshit narrative. And if that's what you've got to do for your God to be correct, then I understand why what's going on in the Middle East. I totally get it. Because it's not, there again, I hate to sound like a broken record every fucking day, but one of these days, these Christians will realize, and it'll probably be the day that they have all the regrets that they didn't do this and they didn't do that. It'll be that day that they're like, oh, damn, these two guys out here were right. They were absolutely, we plagiarized everything. We copied everything because we had no originality of our own.
Exactly. I don't know if you was on here when I first started, but the Epic of Gilgamesh already had the Lalutu tree, and immortality was attached to that tree because he had to scare away some creatures, and then Ilnana would tell him where to go find immortality. So it's still loosely tied to the tree, and she wanted to build her throne with that tree. So even in their general area, they already had it was previously taught about this tree that is involved with immortality, and they just made it fit their story.
Well, that's the thing. Like back in the day, they used to know a thing or two about plants, and I'm talking about the average fucking person. Now the average person says, oh, well, these plants next to me are weeds. Me, I'm looking at it like, no, that's like, there's multiple uses for that plant. And because their eyes are so blinded to the technologies or the Christianity, because both are the same, just like Christianity is a government of sorts, because government is mind control. Just like a technology, it controls your mind to do something that is not necessarily the natural way of things. Not saying it's good, not saying it's bad. But if you know how to carry your own water in a vessel that you created, nobody controls what amount of water that you carry except for you.
No, you're right about that one. Nobody controls it. They try to control it, then they try to put meters on your house and all those sorts of things.
But what happens when you say, you know what? I'm going to give you notice and not ask for a damn thing from my servants.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not looking to get off on that tangent, but that's a whole tree of life too. Because if you're constantly begging for permission to do this and that, are you really living? Are you really living in today? Or are you begging for permission to live for tomorrow?
Oh, you're not living. Yeah. You're not going to live in today if you're begging for permission.
Right. If your deck requires a permit from the city that's going to take 6 weeks, is it really your deck or is it at their discretion?
It's at their discretion because, okay, so this is a good little way to be an asshole.
I love doing that.
If you, no, hold on. Because one of the things that we discussed at the meetup here was about how to manage and increase your finances and business. And one of the things we did get into is the fact that leaving this country, because in America, you do not own the property ever. And although we talked about it from a tax perspective, it is also, I didn't think about the fact that there are certain construction things that you cannot do on the property that you think you own.
Most.
Because the government can tell you, or your community can tell you.
Right. But we're a republic. Wait, no, that sounds more like a democratic system. Anyways, not getting into that, because personally, I think the left wing and the right wing, I've always seen that when an eagle flies, the wings fly in tandem and it's controlled by the head.
Right.
So there goes politics out the door, the left and the right wing, because they are literally controlled by the same bird.
Oh yeah, it don't matter. That's why I was saying this. Somebody had asked me that question over the weekend about voting and stuff, and I was like, I'm an independent. I go left and right, but the point is that it's the same. It's the same. It's a two-headed snake, same body.
See, I look at that whole voting like living for tomorrow. These people, I've never shook Trump's hand. Kamala never came and asked me what I needed.
Yeah, the politician didn't come talk to you,
right? And so how can they have my voice if they don't know my name?
Because they're not.
Exactly. It's a sham. Just like you're Christian, just like you're Mormon, just like you're Catholic, just like you're Muslim, just like you're Buddhist. It's all just a mind control sham. Let me digress. Buddhists, not so much, because they're all about the way to the way. And that to me just kind of makes sense, because you just follow the next right thing. And that's how we should all live. In my opinion.
I just don't agree with the whole getting rid of desire thing.
If you read into it, I've looked at that, because I agree where you're coming from, because that desire is the tree of life. So it's a little bit of this and it's a little bit of that.
Yeah, but you're supposed to get rid of desire, because desire is the cause of all, your issues in life. But if you had a desire to get rid of desire, then you still have desire.
Right. And that's spoken of in the Tao. And I think it's the desire that is the point to desire, because in order to not desire, you have to desire in that duality, kind of like Jesus works with Satan and God, like they all work together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think it is that duality in the nature of which we reside. Because if it was not a duality for me and I just lived my life in a single aspect, there would be no black and there would be no white.
Right. Now,
And that's impossible.
It is. And I will get off of Buddhism because at least it is the better system of those systems.
Yes.
So to go back, you see that tree of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was way before the Christian tree of life.
That was back when they used to have fashionable handbags.
Nope, don't you start that. I have successfully avoided that conversation for 15 years.
But what about their watches?
Nope. I have successfully avoided that conversation for 15 years.
Well, they've got to be working with Tesla.
So anyway, right? So the Anunnaki, they had their tree of life, which was supposed to have given them everlasting life or extremely long lives, which is why their kings list have people ruling for like 200,000 years and 25,000 years. And there are some who believe that they were drinking the monatomic gold or creating the philosopher's stone.
If I may interject on that one, that particular topic, monatomic gold, is in my personal firsthand experience. I'm not talking about something I don't know about. It makes your brain do some interesting things as far as putting things together. It definitely helps with the brain synapses. I'm not going to say it's God. Mm-hmm. But with the brain being prominently ruthenium and gold being able to be put into the blood-brain barrier, it is a heavy metal, but it's not a bad one. I'll get off on that subject. Do it at your own research.
No, yeah, do your own research. Don't do it.
Not medical advice.
This is not medical advice at all.
Hell no. Gold isn't even a pill.
Yeah,
mine comes in a liquid.
If you mess around and kill yourself, you're not blaming me. No.
And you're not blaming me. Yeah. But good luck with Odin.
But you know, and some Christians would come and say, "Oh, well, Odin is younger than the Bible because when the Vikings came out," but they don't realize that religion had a previous name. When it was in
my people go back way further than the Christians.
And then when it was Germanic, you know, Tacitus wrote about the name was different. It was more closely related to Woden. You know, it wasn't Thor and Odin. It was more Woden, and the names were different. But so you can go back to first century, second century, and find the names and the religion. And so the people have been in existence during the thousands of years even prior to that. So the religion, just like any, had its growth and development, had its changes, but the tree of life has always been a part of it.
The Viking, Vi is a number. It's five kings. That's what it means. Five kings. It's the Northern Empire. That's all Viking. It's not even a particular people group specific with specific bloodlines. Because as far as I know, my people kind of went and did some things and brought some people back. And, there was some transfer of lineage with my people because they were, friendly. Yeah, we'll say friendly. If Christians can do it, I get to do it too. But, like, for instance, there's evidence that Vikings were in the guard in Rome, as paid mercenaries. Why? Because they were good at their job. They were the only ones that what was it? The Rus and the northern tribes were the only ones that stomped all over Rome for years and years. They're the only ones that took the Golden Eagle. Like, you don't take Roman's Golden Legion without being one badass motherfucker.
You're right. That's why Spartacus is my man.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're not doing it. You know, like,
yeah.
and I say that the golden eagle. Well, what's the American symbol but a golden
We're not
eagle?
going. We're not going.
I'm just saying there's similarities in government.
I know, but you're gonna have people telling us, "Oh, America is Rome and America's Babylon and all these damn."
Well, of course it is, in the sense of, in the metaphorical sense that it is government and it is just more fucking mind control.
Right. I mean, it took a lot of America. They took a lot of their law system, justice system, and some of the society system from
definitions.
Yes, but we're not going there. I don't ever want to get back to being a political commentary guy, because that was.
I'm not. This is not political commentary. This is just factual information. You know, like,
I know, but it turns political.
I get you, because people don't know how to control themselves and they want Trumpy and Demis to rule the world. I get it. I get it. And nobody can have a real conversation about anything without the chat going, I got you.
Yeah, without it.
So no bags, no Trump. Man, you're taking all the fun subjects out. Whatever. All we get to do is bash on Christians for their stupidity.
Yep. Yep. Those were 3 of the most stressful years of my life when I was doing a radio show in Atlanta on the AM channel, and it was a political show. And because I was an
when were you doing that?
This would have 95 through 98. 95 through 98.
Okay. Because I used to listen to
2005 through 2008.
I bet you I used to listen to you down in A-Town. I lived down there for about that general area, and I moved the fuck out.
AM it was AM 1380. They were the AM channel for V103.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. It's been a lot of years, but your voice has always sounded familiar, and your thinking resonates. And that dude and I used to think a lot alike, and that's when I was really into politics and everything like that, before I realized, oh shit, it's an eagle and it flies with 2 wings. And then it was like, oh well, fuck this.
And you think that if you think doing research for Christianity is intensive, try doing political research. Oh my God. There is probably 100-fold more information that you have to read and study and then put together in order to truly talk about politics. And you can't just know United States politics. I had to know world politics.
Right.
History and so you got to get all the history and the current shit. And there's always some new shit happening. So like,
yeah, current shit is 5 days old by the time we're getting it.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm running a business, got a young family, and trying to do and keep this show going. 3 days out the week, I'm doing this show. No.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't have a YouTube channel, because I got lots to say, but I got lots to do.
Yeah. Well, that was doing that show 3 days, even 3 days a week was a big push. It was difficult to do it. I was happy when I got to 2 days a week, because this other political guy wanted to do a show, and they gave him one of my days. Well, I volunteered. I was like, he can have one of my days. I don't give a fuck.
How democracy of you.
Shit was killing me.
You know, I'll tell you, other than the way that the stupid Christians come up here, I could see these broadcasts being very easygoing. But once they come up here and they get their rhetoric and, you know, I could see how this would be very, very, very frustrating and very consuming of who you are as an individual.
Actually, I like when the Christians come up, because that lets me like flex some mental muscles. When people of like mind come up, it's more like, yeah, we just agree. I actually be looking for shit to say against y'all.
Well, you can't, dude. You can't be looking for shit to say and then limit my ability to talk about fucking Gucci bags.
Okay, so I see that Obi wants to come up now.
I'll get you later.
All right, I'll see you later. Fuck that. No, y'all can go do the research on that yourself. So what he's talking about, hold on for a second, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I know the force is with you and the force is strong within you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but hold on for 1 second. So for those who want to do the research that Josephus or Bishop Nubs was talking about, if you see these little, when you look at a lot of the Anunnaki pictures,
I'm gonna sign out and come back in.
Why? What's wrong? Can you hear me, Obi? All right. So while Obi is going back getting his life together with the ragged ass phone, when you look at these pictures of the Anunnaki, you'll see that they have a handbag, right? And oftentimes there's a little watch thing that they have on their arm as well. We don't know what they are, but when you look at the same things in Mexico, you'll see that they have these little handbags again. They have the little watch, and then they have the little pine cone. So it's the Anunnaki.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I heard you the first time.
Oh, my bad. I couldn't hear anything on my end. How you doing, Lorenzo?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good. How
what do you think about? Go ahead.
No, how did the event go?
It was fantastic. We had a great time. Got to see people face to face. We had some good discussions all around on deconstructing, on some other historical stuff, personal finances, development of yourself. We had some great discussions, and then we had some good partying too.
Oh, man,
had some good party. We had the chair dance championship.
You had the what?
Chair dance championship going on.
Oh, chair dance championship. Okay. Nice.
No.
Yeah,
we had a good time.
Those discussions. Yeah, that's right up my alley. Shit, I wish I was local over there. I would have definitely pulled up on that.
Well, you got a whole year for next year. So we're doing a cruise next year. Let me go ahead and just talk about it. Let me talk about it for a second here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
So next year we're doing a cruise. We're taking and there's a specific reason why we're taking this one particular boat. We're going out of New Orleans, October 31st. We're doing a 5-day cruise that leaves out of New Orleans, Carnival Cruise Line. The ship is the Valor. I'll create a flyer for it. Mm-hmm. We're particularly taking this cruise. One, it takes you got a whole year. All you have to do if you want to book now is go to Carnival. I don't have a portal for you. I'm not doing a block of rooms, cabins, none of that. You have to figure it out on your own. But you go to Carnival, you look up the Valor that leaves October 31st out of New Orleans, 5-day cruise. One of the main things that it is doing is it will stop in Progreso, Mexico. And in Progreso, Mexico, for an additional $147, we're doing the tour to Chichen Itza. And Chichen Itza is one of the pyramids, one of the most well-known step pyramids that was built by those people, by the Mayans. Let me see. Let me get a picture of it. I know. This damn thing wrote chicken, but this is one of those pyramids, and you want to do the 147 tour of it because it also gets you the buffet when you're there, as well as if you want to go into the cenote. It might be good if I knew how to spell it, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, what is that cenote?
The cenote is So they used to have these water pits that they thought were spiritual, these natural forming water holes, basically,
Mm-hmm.
that they thought were of a spiritual nature. And you would be able to go down, and so you can go down in it. The time frame is a 7-hour day.
Okay.
So that's they ain't doing shit else in this port. But
Mm-hmm.
for this particular group to be able to go to a place like Chichen Itza and to see these and to view the pyramid, you can't climb it anymore because it's considered a UNESCO site now.
Mm-hmm.
They don't let people climb it because they don't want y'all tearing stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
But to see how these people back in those times were able to build things like that.
Oh, snap.
Now the whole place is like 22 acres, so you're not going to
Mm-hmm.
see the whole goddamn thing.
Okay.
But to be able to go in and to go up to the pyramid, to see how it's built, to see the other monuments and whatnot that's built around it, and of course I've heard that the tour guides for that one they are super knowledgeable about the whole thing. And so even so we're gonna I wanted to be able to be around to have some tours, a tour that's meaningful,
Mm-hmm.
not just we're gonna go and we're gonna get on this damn boat and
Yeah.
just have fun. I mean, we're gonna do that,
Mm-hmm.
yes, but it's a cool thing. It's cool. It's to be able to
Yeah.
go to.
So that is like their spiritual temple for like God, their gods or something,
Yeah,
or
and
for their.
this particular one is the Temple of the Warrior for Kukulkan.
Hmm.
Did you watch the last Black Panther movie?
No, I think I saw the first one. I saw the first one.
Oh. So you know how so in Marvel Comics you have Namor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this cinematic universe, Namor is based off of the Mexican warrior god of Kukulkan.
Oh, okay. I heard something about that. I heard something about like in that movie in the second one, the Mexican they had like the Mexican superhero, and then they were real good.
Yeah, well, he's an anti-hero actually. But they didn't want to so DC had already did Atlantis Aquaman.
Mm-hmm.
And in the comic books, Namor is from Atlantis. But they decided to so they went with Kukulkan and
Mm-hmm.
instead of Atlantis because they have their own sunken city story too. And this is a
Mm-hmm.
cenote. That's a cenote.
Oh shit, man, that look dope.
Yeah, so I want
So they preserved it. They preserved it like this all this time.
yeah, and you can go down into the cenote.
I ain't never seen that like this before.
Mm-hmm. But the main thrust, because we could do a cruise to any goddamn where, but I'd rather do one where I'm doing one with this group,
Mm-hmm.
there got to be some historical reference point that we're going to do. Now, the rest of the time,
Mm-hmm.
this is the only extra tour that I'm saying, let's do this tour, right? You can and you can go and say, well, I'm gonna go, but I ain't going on this particular tour. I don't want to. But you got a whole damn year, and I would advise that if you're interested, it's like I said, it's October 31st, which is on a Sunday, I believe. You leave it's leaving out of New Orleans, so then the boat leaves New Orleans Sunday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, comes back on Thursday, and then you're back in New Orleans, and you really only have to take 5 days off. But like me and we put our $100 deposit down last night. And then we opted for and you can do an auto pay where it just takes out a monthly amount for 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can, but you got to have it paid for by August, I think like August 17th.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I think auto pays are better, because then you ain't got to worry about it. It comes out every month. We went ahead and prepaid the gratuity,
Mm-hmm.
and and then as soon as you have the money to pay the extra 147, you have to pay for that up front. I wouldn't wait until it's September or August or October, and I'm gonna pay for the damn tour. I would go ahead and knock that out as soon as possible.
Okay.
But that's our next trip. That's the next. But that's the next. That's the annual meetup trip for next year, 2026.
Okay. So around October, end of October.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
was
I'm
like,
telling
okay.
you, if you don't get it now, because
Mm-hmm.
I saw there were certain decks, certain rooms are already
Mm-hmm.
booked.
Oh,
So
for a year out?
hell yeah,
Oh shit.
yeah,
I never been on a cruise before, so
yeah. Where the room that me and my wife chose, on the deck that we chose it on the part of the boat and the deck that we chose, there was only like 12 rooms available.
oh damn. I didn't know people. I didn't know they. I didn't know they book so far out in advance, a year out in advance.
Oh, you can book like summer. I think you can book 2 years off in
How people know what they're gonna be doing 2 years from now?
advance. Hey man, planning.
Yeah.
You got to plan. I know we live for the day, but you
Hmm.
plan for tomorrow.
That's right.
And here's my thing about it. I I ain't worried about how many people come.
Hmm.
It'd be great. The more, the merrier. And
Hmm.
of course, the more I find out about who actually booked the reservation, who's coming, and I won't know other than by word of mouth.
Hmm.
Then, we will plan some. I will plan some conversations, some lectures, and things on the boats on the sea days, and I will plan it during time frames where there's not much going on. But it's a damn
Hmm.
carnival boat, so there's always something going on. But
Hmm.
there are places that we'll be able to gather and in relative quiet
Hmm.
and enjoy ourselves. So,
Right on.
so
Now
it won't
it
just be
sound
that
like
one tour.
okay. Now that sound like a good trip though. Like even like you said to add that aspect
And
to it.
you ain't been on a boat before, man.
I
Cool.
was in the Navy, so I've been deployed and all that.
No, 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 no. Okay, look here, look here, look here.
I drove a
Now,
boat before.
hold on. So I've been, I was in the Marine Corps, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So when I first got off of my med cruise, you couldn't
Hmm.
convince me to get on a cruise ship. I was like, hell no. I want to get on no goddamn boats. This ain't nothing like a Navy ship. You ain't
Oh,
gotta
okay,
cook,
okay.
you ain't gotta cook, you ain't gotta clean, you ain't gotta swap no decks, you ain't gotta paint shit, you ain't gotta knock rust off. You ain't sleeping on remember that little thin ass mattress? Well,
Hell
you were in
yeah.
the Navy, so y'all had a little thicker than ours, but you ain't got to sleep on it's not 12 motherfuckers in a room together. Nah, it's different, bro. It's different.
Okay. All right.
It's different.
That's
It
why
took 5 years for me to get on a
uh-huh.
boat, but once I did, I was like, oh, this the shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't I didn't have no desire to go on any. I know a lot of people do that when they separate or retire and they're
Mm-hmm.
like I had no desire to go on any cruise vacations or nothing like that. Shit.
Yep. So, but yeah, so
Mhm.
like Teresa just put a 5-day Western Caribbean from New Orleans, Louisiana. This is the one. Is this the cruise? Yes. Leaving October 31st,
Okay,
2026.
that's the name of it, the 5-day Western Caribbean.
Out of New Orleans,
Hmm.
leaving October 31st, 2026.
Okay.
Yep. And I like how the dates of it because I think it's that is a Sunday. I'm pretty I know it's a Sunday. So you're
Mm-hmm.
leaving on a Sunday. That means like me and my wife probably get there on Friday night or Saturday because it's a weekend,
Mm-hmm.
chill out in New Orleans. There's a cigar manufacturer that we know we're gonna go to. But then you get on the boat on Sunday, you come back on Thursday. Shit, we probably spend the night Thursday and maybe drive back on Friday or maybe drive back on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like you're getting 10, 12 days off, but only having to give up. Well, it's like getting 8. Sorry, I said 10, 12. Yeah, about 10 days off, 8 to 10 days off, but you only have to sacrifice like 5 days of your vacation time.
Yeah, yeah. Now
Mhm.
yeah, that's true. That works out pretty good. With me, I just have to. It's kind of hard for me to plan like um that far out, but closer, like maybe towards like maybe like a 6 month window with my job. I can kind of figure out better.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And then just at that, there is a certain point where in order to book a cruise, you have to pay half of it up front and then pay the other half later on. And then there's a certain point where you just have to pay it all at that moment. Right. And you won't have
It,
many options of your rooms at that time frame. So what I would
oh,
suggest is if you think you're going to go, but you got to wait until it's 6 months from October, the end of October
hmm
to pull the trigger,
hmm
start open up a savings account or an additional account. If you already got a
hmm
savings account, just start putting $166. Well, it may not cost you that much. It depends. Start putting that money aside. Now, I will say this for cruises, they are based on double occupancy. So I don't know how it works. I've never cruised single, so I don't know how that works. That's something I just thought of right now, so I probably need to find out how that works.
uh, when you say they're based off you just mean they're charging you double occupancy.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah. I
Like,
mean,
like if you went on there right now, the cheapest room, which will be an interior lower deck, no window, is by like $460 or some shit like that, right?
yeah.
If you say I'm one person, I want that room by myself, I don't know if they charge you $900 for it, or do they charge you just your 400 and you get that whole room by yourself? I don't know how that works because
Okay,
I never done it by myself, so I don't know how that works.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I need to go on the ship where I'm not in the berthing.
even a lower deck, no window room, you still better than a goddamn berthing on than a berthing. It's still better than that. And let me tell you, I mean, since you're a rookie,
hmm
you ain't gonna spend that much time in the room. You're not.
Okay.
You're not. I don't know one person
Mhm.
who spends a whole bunch of time in their damn room. And then when you don't have windows, see, Debbie is saying, hell no, no windows. One of the beauties of no windows, though, is when you do go to sleep, it's dark. Be some of the best sleep you ever had in your life. It's pitch black in there. It's pitch black.
You said pitch black.
Man, you can't see your hand in front of your face. You can't.
That's how I
But I
like it.
love that. I
That's
love
how
that
I like
though.
it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I like. I mean, if I'm in there during the day, yeah, I would like some light to come through. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but shoot, I like that pitch black dark. Is
You ain't in there in the day. The only thing you're doing in the day, you go in there, you might change clothes, and you right back out. Take a shower, you right back out. It's too
uh-huh.
much to do on the boat, and it's too much chill to do on the boat. And then you know what it's like when you out there and you see all that big blue out there.
Yeah,
You,
yeah.
you can just sit there and look at that big blue, boy. Just be
That's
like,
true.
that shit is,
That's true.
yeah, you know
And
what that's like.
it'll be better to be out there relaxing than stay and watch.
You know it. Yeah, oh yeah, just chilling shit.
uh,
Anyway, so I'm gonna put together a flyer,
mhm.
and so that the information will be easy for people to see. Like I said, I'm
Mhm.
not booking no room, not trying to get no damn discounts. And I mean, because if to try to get a discounted package, I would have to pre-book some rooms, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah, yeah,
Not for a cruise, hell no. I don't trust
yeah.
y'all. Y'all ain't got enough trust in y'all yet for that one. So, what do you think about the Christian immortality is based on the tree of life and the fact that when you get to heaven, they still got to have a tree of life. So, is that true immortality?
So the second part, I'm not too versed on that part. I didn't. So you're saying when you get to heaven, the Bible says that there's a tree of life of in heaven as well.
Yes. In Revelations 22, it
Uh huh.
actually starts out by talking about the river of life, and then on either side of the river of life is the tree of life that produces 12 fruits every month, and that the leaves of the tree of life will heal the nations.
Well, Lorenzo, I mean, you already know my stance. Like that just it doesn't. From I guess let me take my I guess my personal view out. Just I'm just gonna say it from like this literal
Uh-huh.
aspect. Like the the whole I think, and we talked about it before, but the tree of life. Um Now, when we said it, Revelations, when it was talking about tree of life, was it saying it from the same perspective of um, the knowledge of good and evil, or does it have a different meaning of tree of life in Revelations?
Well, no, these are the tree of knowledge of good and evil is a different tree than the tree of life. So in
Oh, I
Genesis,
always connected them. I always interchanged them. There's two different. It's two different things.
yeah, in Genesis, these are two different trees. So remember in Genesis, I think chapter 3, when it says that when Yahweh God says, now man has become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil. We got to kick them out of the garden, lest they reach out their hand and eat from the tree of life and live forever. So it's almost like he was afraid if man lives forever, then man becomes too much like our equals, since he's already like us now, knowing the difference between good
Oh,
and evil. But yeah,
oh, okay.
so it's two different trees.
Man, I always interchange them to be the same. I didn't really. Okay, so all right. I guess I gotta look at it different. Again, just I guess from that aspect. I mean, if you're a believer, it sounds good. It sounds like something to. It sounds like something to aspire to get to. But the thing is, when you say is Christian immortality based on the tree of life, and in a sense it is because it's contradictory because whoever the tree of life, I guess it doesn't say who created it, but we're gonna assume that the
No, God created.
creator.
Now,
Okay, so
according to this story, God created the tree of life.
okay, so the creator God created the tree of life
Hmm.
and also created all the life forms, and that includes that whole serpent and Eve thing, where the same serpent um, who deceived or manipulated Eve into transgressing and sinning against um, the God, then but the reason behind it is so that they don't have that knowledge, and then they don't um, know they don't get to the tree of life and then live on forever. So that was the that's the immorality. Is that what you're saying?
Immortality.
Oh, immortality. So the serpent, although it doesn't talk about it in the story of Genesis, the serpent probably had knowledge of what the creator God and the rest of the other gods that he was talking to. He probably had the same knowledge. And
Yes.
that, yeah, so I believe that immortality, not everybody, but a lot of people say that they wish they could live, um well, they might say a long time, or they don't want to die. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I say, yeah, immortality. Because if you put a pill, if you put two pills, or no, if you put a pill on a table and tell like, I think if you tell most people, hey, if you take this pill, you'll live forever.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people will take it and swallow it,
Mm-hmm.
even if they, before they are told about it, that part, but they say, oh, there's these side effects. They'll still take that risk, even if those risks might go against what they normally would do. I think most people would do that. So it's a temptation.
Is it, you think
I
it's a
mean, I don't mean a temptation in the like sinful temptation. I just mean that it's like, if you have doubts, like a lot
I,
of usually,
uh-huh.
yeah, if you have doubts about something, um, but that's like the ultimate reward for a lot of people, just to live forever.
Yes. So I think that most people are afraid of death because they don't really believe in an afterlife. And so if you were able, so I think if most Christians, like to use the example that you said that you had, if you have a pill and you sold the world, if you take this pill, you will live forever. Your body will constantly be regenerated in a healthy state, right? And you just, well, every time you take this pill, your body will regenerate into a healthy state, like when you was 30 years, like a 30-year-old body with the flexibility, just, the strength and all this kind of stuff. Of course, you still got to maintain your own health, but you get to regenerate to a 30-year-old body.
Hmm.
People will take it. Now people will take this pill. Now the heaven version is that they get to take this pill, and there's no sorrow, there's no war, there's none of those kinds of things. But if you're saying that, if you put it to people, you can take it now, and you got to deal with the way the earth is now. You got to deal with people. It's going to be ups and downs, but you get to live forever. Or you can just die of old age or whatever happens to you, and maybe there's this afterlife where you get the pill again. More people who claim religion, claim Christianity, they gonna take that pill and stay here on earth. Thanks for the heart. They gonna take that pill and stay on earth. They not gonna take the risk of waiting for heaven. There's a few, there's some, but most of them aren't taking that risk. And I
I
think
agree.
a lot of them will still, if because it's a hypothetical. I think a lot of people will lie and say, "Oh no, I believe in Jesus so strong. I believe in heaven and earth and all that so strong that they'll be like, nah, I ain't taking that pill." But put that shit in front of them. Let them see that. Let them be able to see some people have done it. Thank you for the rose. That some people have done it, took the pill, their body regenerated. They gonna take that pill in
Yeah,
a heartbeat.
yeah,
And you know why?
and
Let me tell you one of the reasons why I say that. In Christianity, back in the 1500s, if you were to do a blood transfusion, all the way up until blood transfusion became a thing, Christians would like, hell no, hell no. Even when blood transfusion first started and it was in the experimental stages, people were like, hell no, hell no. But once it became normalized, Christians, would take doing blood transfusion. Now JWs, they still stay, but even some of them, when life and death is at hand, they'll get that damn blood transfusion. We
hmm
always hear about the ones who don't and they die. But I personally know of quite a few Jehovah Witnesses who were knocking on death's door and they got that blood transfusion.
yeah, I agree. Once something, like, I was thinking, like one of the things, like if it was to be negotiable about that pill, like, you know how the Bible, it's because Christians, if you're a Christian, then the Bible is real to you. So everything that's in there, you shouldn't be questioning. So if the if it was presented that and it not coming from you and me, from God, if God
Mhm.
put that and said you could live um forever, well, that wouldn't make sense with God because Christians want to go to heaven. But if you put presented something to somebody with a pill and saying that they could live forever, and one of the negotiables is like you gotta sacrifice something, like the Bible, the God of the Bible has some very like extreme sacrifice, like sacrificing firstborns and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I think people ain't gonna admit it, but I bet you there's a lot. If that was a real thing, a lot of people, if they know they're gonna live forever, they would sacrifice like how Abraham was ready to sacrifice Isaac. Um, and because they're like, hey, I'm gonna live forever anyway. I can have another kid or whatever, another, you know what I mean, firstborn.
Oh yeah, and we know people would do sacrifices for a bunch of different things. When I forgot the guy's name when he had his rapture prediction back in the early 2000s, there was a lady who murdered her daughters and herself um, to make sure they get raptured up because and not fall prey to when Christians are supposedly going to be martyred. You know,
Mm,
so we um there's we know there are some people who are that fanatical and they will do stupid shit like that, right? So um, now Isaac wasn't Abraham's firstborn. Remember, Ishmael was his firstborn. But I think you're referring to how there was a time frame when you look at, I think it's in Leviticus, no, it's in Exodus, where it talks about that the firstborn, initially the firstborn are given to God in the same way that your firstborn calves and sheeps and shit are given to God. It is not
mhm,
until later on they retro that to say that, oh, the Levitical priest can represent your firstborn, so you don't have to sacrifice them no more. And if there's not enough Levitical priests, then you just have to give like 25 pieces of silver. This is why this is why early Israelites did perform child sacrifices, right? And then it was retconned in the Bible. I said retro, but retconned in the Bible so that they would stop doing it.
mm.
But most Bible believers don't like to admit that, you know.
But I've heard, now I've heard different sides of that argument, I guess, between Islam and Christians because I heard that Islam Muslims would say, yeah, for sure, Ishmael is the true. That's who the the prophecy or the seed goes through Ishmael as far, and
Yeah,
then
Islam goes through Ishmael and
uh-huh.
Hagar. Christianity, Judaism and Christianity go through Isaac.
So, but I heard that I was under the belief that I don't know if it's more so about Christians, but like Jews, they believe that they say it's through Isaac because I guess Ishmael was not really considered the firstborn because of how the arrangement was with Hagar and them. So, is that true or no?
I mean, yeah, they'll say that since it wasn't the promise that God had made to Sarah, that
Mhm,
she would bear out the child and that seed would be the one that inherits all the land and the property. So
mhm,
even though Ishmael was technically the firstborn, he was born from a slave wife and not from the primary wife. And in most of the cultures back then, in multiple cultures, you can have a firstborn by a concubine or a slave wife, but the firstborn who gained the inheritance is generally the one that's born from the primary wife.
mm, got you, got you.
Yeah.
That's why I always thought it was. I thought it was. That's how I know it's like it's a written story tomatoes, because later on with Joseph, when Joseph got sold, I felt it was ironic that he got sold to Ishmaelites.
Well, it depends on which version. Sometimes it's an Ishmaelite that he's sold to, and it's not always the Ishmaelites that he's sold to. There's two
Oh,
different versions of it.
didn't
I
know
forgot.
that.
I forgot the other group of how they said it. It was explained in two different ways. It was explained two different ways. It wasn't explained in the exact same way.
Mm, okay, okay. Huh. Yeah, I always thought that was, yeah, but like when it comes to like this, like the tree of life, like um, the whole idea, and I'm not trying to bash nobody because I think we all came out of some form of Christianity at one point where we were under the belief, even though it was given to us. I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of us was still, I don't know, I don't remember how old you say you were when you started like getting away from it, but um I wrestled with it for like years. Like it wasn't until I got like into my uh 30s or so where I kind of like really just started to like I had to get out of that fear mode of, like blasphemy and all that kind of stuff. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then but the whole idea of afterlife um and body being restored and all that stuff, like I just can't get into that, you know what I mean? Because it's not something that we deal with in a reality. Like I got into, like I had a conversation with a Christian like over the weekend, and they were, telling me like I was crazy because I'm saying you there's no witness accounts of historical witness accounts of credibility of someone ever witnessing any type of resurrection. I don't care about people saying that they died and came back. Like, you didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
You maybe were unresponsive, and maybe you had maybe there was an event in your mind that happened when you were in that state, but that doesn't mean you died and came back to life. And so I say, if that has never happened, it sounds outrageous. I just say, if a child came and told you the same thing, you wouldn't believe the child. So why are you believing strangers that you never even met about something that you never even seen before?
Right. Shouldn't.
that's that's how I look at it. I mean, oh, I want to ask you too. You know, you heard about the thing with the president saying that he's gonna send United States into Nigeria.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, because I think we kind of talked about it, how political stuff gets used. Well, religion gets used and mixed with political stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's an example. I'm not saying that, like, yeah, there are people being persecuted. There are, because I know Christians like to say, oh yeah, Christians get persecuted and stuff like that. There are because I know I have a background with that region. So yes, there's persecution happening to people who are Christians, but that isn't necessarily about their religious faith.
Mm-hmm.
Religion is tied to it. It's just like if you had some street gangs, and I don't know, one group is like, if they have a religious faith, they could be like Israelites, and then the other group can be Islam, but they have beef already. It's not because of their religious backgrounds or their religious faiths. It just happened to be that's what they practice. But the beef is deeper than that, and I felt like that's an example of that. What did you think about that?
I'm a little confused as to what the hell you're talking about, honestly. You started out with with how he's saying that he's going to send these troops into Nigeria,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we,
He
and
said
then,
he's gonna send the troops into Nigeria because he said Christians. If
right,
he said it's because Christians are being killed. They're
right.
being killed, which is true.
Yeah, but then you start talking about beef and stuff. So I don't understand.
You start talking about what?
You start talking about cattle and beef. I kind of got lost.
Oh no, I didn't say
So
cattle and beef.
oh, I could swear you said cattle. So I know he's saying that he wants to send them in there because Christians are dying, right? Even though
Mm-hmm.
he's ignoring the fact that the majority of people who are dying in Nigeria aren't Christians. It is Sunni Muslims who are being killed by other Muslims more so than they are killing Christians. But there
Mm-hmm.
is groups of people who are killing the Christians as well. So you got both groups being killed, but he's only utilizing the Christian aspect of it because he knows that if he sent troops into Nigeria and said that, well, they're killing Sunni Muslims, then
Mm-hmm.
he would lose his base. His Christian base would be like, oh, hell no, we're not going to save them.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to emphasize the Christians who are being assaulted or
Mm-hmm.
murdered. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so he's utilizing religion to justify going into Nigeria. But
Mm-hmm.
if truth be told, I think that whole rationale is not to go in there to save Christians, but
Mm-hmm.
for the oil reserves that Nigeria has. And Nigeria just not too many years ago opened up a brand new oil refinery as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think it has more to do with money.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. When I was saying beef, I was saying that the groups fighting against each other, they have beef, like they have issues with
Oh,
each other.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Beef.
Yeah,
That's what beef. Okay.
yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah, 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 yeah.
you. Okay.
They have issues with each other that is deeply rooted. You know what I'm saying? Colonization pretty much caused it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's colonization and then the influence of Islam coming into Nigeria as well. So
Mm-hmm.
because of all of that, they're fighting and they're fighting over religion.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that's the whole thing. They want to maintain Sharia law, and the other ones don't, and it's been infused with their government. So now they're fighting about that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So um,
Yeah, it's I felt like that's an example of like and it shows again too, like religion. I don't know. I feel like it causes fights, it causes wars, and because it's like my way is the whatever you believe in. If you're a religious person, you believe that your way is divine. It comes from especially if you believe in like one God, like
mhm.
not pantheon. So if you believe in one God and your God is a true God, then what about these other people, your neighbors, who they believe in something? Then and they have their strong beliefs, and then that's where you get if stuff doesn't align with each other, even though Islam and Christianity and Judaism are Abrahamic faiths, but they're still so different.
Right. Yeah, they are very different. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I want to go over something, but I got another guest that I want to bring up here
No
in a minute.
doubt.
Over on TikTok, the
Hmm.
Cookout Podcast. That I need to hold on for a second. But let me go over something real quick, but I'm gonna drop you and bring up
No
this other.
doubt.
All right.
All right, Lorenzo.
All right. Appreciate you, Obi-Wan. May the force be with you.
For sure, brother.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm not bringing this up because I feel like I need to prove something to one of the detractors. But when I was speaking about the Israelites doing child sacrifice that was brought up by Obi, that I brought up, he was like, "What's your source?" Let me bring up all the comments so they can all be grouped together. And then Prince Adore made the comment, "How's the child only worth $25? 25 pieces of silver is worth more than $25." Where was the other comment? Oh, and then understand it is not this comment as to why I'm going over this. So basically, your feelings are your source, bro. if I'm having a conversation with someone, I'm not going to just switch it and make comments and, you know, interrupt them in their commentary to answer your questions, right? But then I'm demonstrating this so that when those who follow, who are deconstructing, when we get into conversations with people about this. No, I know you was joking. Yeah, I know yours was a joke. I'm not bringing this up. I'm not going through this for the purpose of, oh, I got to prove this to this person who questioned it, because this is just going to demonstrate how you guys don't read your own Bible. All right. So you got to put everything in its time frame perspective. The events of Exodus are happening before the events of Numbers. So first understand that the events of Exodus are happening before the events of Numbers. So when you read Exodus, what chapter in Exodus is this shit? Exodus 13, I will start with verse 11. Start with verse 11. Matter of fact, let me see something. I'm curious before I do this. Let me see. Let me see. See, this is why you people on TikTok need to be over on Facebook and YouTube, because I can do more things on Facebook and YouTube than I can on the Tickety Talk. All right. So verse 13. And let me see the size of it. Oh, that's not very good sizing there. Hell, y'all can't even really see it. Let me see if that makes it better. Or does that make it better? No, it doesn't make it better. All right, you can see it a little bit. I don't know how well y'all can see that. I know I'm gonna have to go back to it in order for me to see it. All right. Verse 13. When the Lord had, chapter 13, verse 11. When the Lord had brought you into the land of Canaan, into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and to your ancestors, and has given it to you, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb, all the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are male shall be the Lord's. But every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. When in the future your child asks, what does this mean? You shall answer, by the strength of the hand of the Lord that brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery, when the Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go. The Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn to the firstborn of the animals. Therefore, I sacrifice to the Lord every firstborn that opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall serve as a sign on your hand and as an emblem on your forehead, that by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. So this is saying that the firstborn sons of the womb must also be treated just as the firstborn sons, male sons of all your animals as well. Right? Now, this is also backed up again in Exodus 20. I think it's 22. And make sure. Also in Exodus 22:30, get down to verse 30. In 22, so I'm going to start at 29. You shall not deny to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with the mother, but on the eighth day you shall give it to me. So you're doing the same way you're treating the oxen and the sheep you are to do with your firstborn son, which is a blood sacrifice. So these two verses in Exodus were taken by the Israelites um, prior to the reformations that occurred under Hezekiah and Josiah to perform child sacrifice. This is called the Moloch sacrifice. Moloch is not a god himself. That was the sacrifice. That was child sacrificing, right? Now, after they wrote Numbers, after Numbers 3 was written, right, it retconned the ideas behind it, right? So when they wrote Numbers 3, and let me get to it so that you can see it, because mind you, a whole bunch of things have happened from Exodus until we get to Numbers. They've moved around, they've talked to some people, they've done some things. But when we get down to Numbers 40, then the Lord said to Moses, because this is after they've been walking, enroll all the firstborn males of the Israelites from a month old and up, and count their names. But you shall take the Levites for me. I am the Lord. So you're substituting as a substitute for all the firstborn among the Israelites and the livestock of the Levites, as substitutions for all the firstborn among the livestock of the Israelites. So Moses enrolled all the firstborn among the Israelites as the Lord commanded him. The total enrollment of all firstborn male from a month old and up, counting the number of the names, to 22,273. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take the Levites as substitutes for all the firstborn among the Israelites and the livestock of the Levites as substitutions for their livestock. And the Levites shall be mine. I am the Lord. As the price of redemption is 273 of the firstborn of the Israelites over and above the number of Levites, you shall take 5 shekels apiece, reckoning. I'm sorry, I said 25, but it's 5 shekels apiece, reckoning by the shekel of the sanctuary, a shekel of 20 gerahs. Oh, so 25. Given to Aaron and his sons, the money by which is excess number of them that is redeemed. So basically, there were whatever the excess number. If you don't have enough Israelites, then you give 5 shekels apiece, and above the sanctuary shekels, and then a shekel of 20 gerahs, whatever. So when this part came out, then they retconned the firstborn being given to this Lord as them now being circumcised. As some midrashes say that's what they were talking about, circumcision in Exodus 22. And then they try to say that, well, what he was saying in Numbers is actually what he meant in Exodus 13. So you weren't supposed to kill the babies. It's just that the Levites were a representation of them. And then later on, of course, he punishes some Israelites for performing child sacrifices. And just like many things in the Bible, multiple parts of it has been retconned to fit whatever the culture of that day. And by the time we get to Hezekiah and Josiah, as they are reforming the northern Israel, those were some of the retcons that they were doing. Even though we have other evidence demonstrating that there were Northern Israelite tribes that performed child sacrifice. So let's see. I know the cookout was first on here, but I just want to clarify that part. So the cookout, how you doing? Are you over 21?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, good. And are you a believer?
No, I talked to you a little while ago. You're the one that you actually gave me a kind of definition of, because I broke down what my minor thing was, and you said it was esoteric. You told me it's an esoteric way of thinking, and you gave me a couple of books to actually look up on, and I did get into one of them.
the book for I was it Timbuktu to something you gave me. I forgot the name of it.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, I promise you, it was you, brother. I read the book. You gave me a couple books.
I didn't get a book Timbuktu. I don't know that book. That's why I say that part couldn't have been me.
I'm going to tell you, 1 second. I'm talking that topic as well, but hold on, it was the body.
Okay, that sounds like me. Oh yeah.
And then there was another one. But yeah. I talked to you a while ago, brother.
Okay.
Doing, man?
Pretty good.
That's hopefully you got a positive energy going on with you today. Now, you always keep a smile on your face.
Always.
But I wanted to just hit you with this one too, because I see you saying Christian immortality is based off of the tree of life, right?
Yes.
Now, when you say based off the tree of life, you're talking about the tree of life that was in the Garden of Eden, or the tree of life that was based off like the Ankh. So you know the Ankh is considered that tree of life as well. That, but they got it from, and that's where I was gonna go with it. I don't know if you agree with it. But the tree, like the tree of life that was in the garden, it wasn't the tree of life, it was the tree of everlasting life. That's what the tree was supposed to be of. That's why they didn't want you to get the fruit of everlasting life or the knowledge. Because you're supposed to, they didn't want you to get the wisdom, right?
No.
Right?
So the tree of life, there are two in the Garden of Eden. There are two trees that are spoken of: the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And then there's the tree of life. Those are two separate trees. This guy says that he doesn't want them to reach out their hand and touch the tree of life and eat from it after they have gained the knowledge of good and evil, because they have become like gods. So that's why they were expelled from the garden. Then later on in Revelations, the vision that John of Patmos had was that in the heaven, in the New Jerusalem, along the river of life, there will be the tree of life that will produce fruit, 12 fruits every month, and then leaves of it will be used to heal the nation. So evidently, they still have this consumption of this tree of, you now regain access to this tree of life that was lost from the Garden of Eden. Now, I won't say that they got it, the tree of life concept, from the Egyptians. You can't just give it to the Egyptians, because the Sumerians and Akkadians and the Canaanites that they came out of already had an idea of a tree of life as well, because most cultures have a tree of life scenario.
Okay. And that's what I was trying to see where you was going with it, because, like, to me, when you say, like how you said, and I just said wrong, it is two trees, right? But the tree of life, to me, because I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so to my knowledge, even if they the knowledge of, if they never ate from the tree of knowledge, right? They never ate from the tree of knowledge, they would have always had everlasting life anyway.
Right, because they would have access to the tree of life.
You know what I'm saying? So there would be no need for a tree of life. You know what I'm saying? So the tree of life was set there. So think about it. So if I'm giving you everlasting life already, why would I have a tree of life sitting right there just in case you need that tree of life?
Because,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's how they had long life, is because they were able to eat from the tree of life. So remember in the story, he says that he made the garden and he said that you have access to eat. I give you all these trees to eat from, which included the tree of life. But don't eat from the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
Okay.
But then once they ate from the tree of good and evil, because they had became like the Elohim, now he's saying we can't let them eat from the tree of life anymore, because now they'll live forever. Which seems like he was scared of them.
So I misunderstood that then, because I was thinking, like, when they said you can eat up all the trees in this, I thought you could live off the regular trees, and that's how you can live, like, you know how they say God make miracles, so they just keep planting stuff forever, like, you know what I mean?
No, I'm with you.
I thought that the two trees were kind of separate in the thing, and that's why you got the free will about okay, what are you going to do? You're going to pay, you're going to listen to this guy. So they was while they was there, they were eating a regular fruits and tree, and then on top of that, eating the tree of life as well.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so now I didn't understand that part. I apologize here because I was breaking it down to something different.
Yeah, and then since man had lost that access to it, because you remember they were kicked out the garden, and then a cherubim with a fiery sword is supposed to keep the garden closed off from man. Then in Revelation, man now regains access to the tree of life. So now man can live forever, but this is in the heavenly state, in the New Jerusalem. He can now eat from that tree of life again and have immortality.
Okay. And that's why I'm saying we're in the vision of it, because when I see the tree of life, I see it like how you said earlier. I see it in the, Sumerian phrase. I see it in the Sumerian, tablets. I see it before, so it's like, I think Christianity is, immortality is based off the tree of life, but it's not based off of how they set it up. They got it from somewhere else, Christians, I would say, or, whoever came up with that. Ideology.
Yeah.
They got it from the previous people. Now that's what I wanted to ask you. Where do you think the tree of life actually began from? Do you believe it comes from,
Well, I think that they got it. That particular group would have gotten it more from the Sumerians and the Akkadians than they would have gotten it from the Egyptians.
Okay. Because
the Egyptian Ankh, which does represent life, it doesn't represent immortality in the same way of you get to live forever, but through your offsprings, you have immortality, because the part coming up is the male phallic symbol. The crossbars is the ovaries, and the circle is the womb. So, and that is the birth. And so that is the creation of a child. And then when the child is born, it comes through the birth canal. So now the phallic part is replaced by the birth canal, and the child comes out of that. So immortality then becomes through your children, not you individually.
Okay. So you're basically saying it's a different type of tree of life that they, separated.
Yeah, because in Kemetic understanding, immortality comes when your heart is lighter than a feather and you get to cross over into the field of reeds and exist forever with Osiris. Right. And originally you existed, the underworld was originally ruled by Anubis. And then once the Osirian mystery became more popular, then Osiris became the ruler of the underworld, and Anubis became your guide through the underworld. And you had to know certain magic spells in order to get to that point where you can be judged.
But that's what I'm saying. All of that to me, and I don't know, because we're a little bit more deeper with it than I am, but all of that sounds like a connection to me. Because either way, you can look at it to where it's everlasting life, depending on the perspective. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Israelites would have known about the Egyptian teaching, because during that time frame that they came into existence as a separate tribe of Canaanites, they were under Egyptian control at that time frame.
Right.
But previous to that, the Canaanites were before they had separated as Canaanites, they had already been under Sumerian and Akkadian control. And in the Sumerian Akkadian religion, which is the Anunnaki and all of them, Enlil, Enki, all those people, they had a tree of life as well, which was more scientific, because their tree of life was basically a scientific way of processing gold to produce the elixir of life, which is a runoff of the process of smelting gold to its perfection. And they would drink that runoff, that monotonic gold runoff, and that would reinvigorate the body and sustain the body to live longer.
So the Christian's immortality is based on the tree of life, which is, we say, now, I the only one I know of is in the Garden of Eden, and then you mentioned another one as well, right?
Revelations 22. It's the same tree in Revelations 22.
All right. Now, they no longer live, no longer exist, this tree of life. How do they actually get immortality? Those trees no longer exist. So is it based off of their faith now?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if your name is found in the book of life, you get to go into the New Jerusalem. And Revelations 22 says that in New Jerusalem, there is going to be the tree of life providing fruit. So the tree of life is revealed again in Revelations.
And that's based off if you are a good person right now, then you like.
Well, if you believe in Jesus, that's basically
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, so that's what it is. I'm like,
Yeah, that's purely that belief.
All right. I hit you up in your messages, bro. And I hit you up, but just if you want, because I don't want to keep you on. I know you probably got somebody else to speak with and anything, bro. But I'll be here with you. Now I'll be more than happy to jump on because I got a couple other things I want to talk about too regarding this.
No, go ahead. What else you got?
All right, so when you got the tree of life, and you talking about all of that, like, see, I'm not believing in all of that, but all my thing is, everything comes like I'll always go back from the beginning, right? I always go back to the beginning because I don't believe in any tree of life. If you come, like you said, we got it from the Egyptians, the Sumerians, so I don't believe in anything when it comes to a tree of life. And I just wanted to see if you, like, do you actually believe in that tree of life kind of stuff, or like, you know, or because I want to see your ideology on it too, because it's like, you know what I mean? Right. I want to see what I wanted to deal with you too. And get your thoughts on something too. That I didn't want to do it on here, you know what I mean? But
this is the best place to do it because I'm gonna be honest with you. I get 50 plus messages a day from people.
I got you. Yeah.
Every day. So on here is the best place to have me respond to things.
Yeah.
So as far as I am concerned, there is no tree of life in the sense of you got to make it to this heaven in order to have access to the tree of life by believing in Jesus. When we do research, when we look at what the Anunnaki were talking about as far as monatomic gold or elixir of life, or even going into the philosopher's stone, there is a scientific approach that many people have undertook through alchemy to try to discover this philosopher's stone, which is supposed to provide you not with everlasting life in the sense of you eat it and you live forever, but it's a repetitive thing, just as the same you have to repetitively eat in order to sustain your life now. So we know that if your body was, if you were able to put, we know that gold is a conductor, one of the best conductors of electricity. We know our bodies conducts electricity. Our thoughts is conducted through electricity. We don't understand where it comes from yet, but we know it conducts it.
Yes, sir.
The idea is that the theory is that if you can somehow figure out the right amount of gold to put in your system, then it would allow your body to rejuvenate itself. And therefore, you get a restart, like your body is rejuvenated to when you was 30. You're still going to continue to age, but then you do it again and your body goes back to 30. So it's still the eating from the tree consistently, right? So performing this scientific experiment repetitively, you can then theoretically live forever, barring accidents or a major disease. But if you, now that's all alchemical pseudoscience. The science I do know about is that your cells, your body regenerates itself in totality every 7 years. Some parts of your body regenerates every 2 years, some every 3 years, and so on and so forth. But the whole body is regenerated every 7 years. But because the telomeres in your cells decrease every time a cell regenerates, you start aging. And then once the telomeres are all gone, your cells can't replicate themselves anymore. And that is what we call natural death, right? If we can figure out how to increase the telomeres of the cells or make the cells telomeres never decrease, your body will constantly regenerate itself and you will not age. And that's a real thing. And that's the thing that I actually am hoping for, or and sometimes give money towards the research of that.
And I understand that, and that makes total complete sense to me, brother. Total complete sense to me, right? Because you know, I believe in energy and everything as well. Like I said, call me esoteric. So you know,
esoteric, not eccentric.
You know, I'm off that energy. You know, I work off that energy and everything. So when you say about the gold and electricity, you know, I work off that, right? But what I would say to that though is this. And I also work off it, like I said, you know, we would, to me, like, that's why I say when we say the tree of life and everything, I don't believe in the tree of life because I believe that the creator that I believed in, it's weird. It was supposed to happen like that. And think about it. And I don't know if you look at it like my way, but we do have a large land mass. Like, the world is huge. And there's plenty places that have not been filled up. I got it. There's plenty land that we have not touched yet. I get it. Right?
Right.
But if we have people that never die and still producing, overpopulation doesn't come. So I think that's why the reason for, you know, the part, and that's why I say I believe you move on as far as when we go to, you do the tree of life, it's the tree of life, to me, is metaphorically speaking, because the tree of life, you do move on, you know, but it's not still on its form. That's like, think about it. If you have people that can reincarnate and come back or never live, bro, they've been for 100 years. Everybody should be millionaires or something. Somebody should have changed the world by now. Something. Like, you feel me? You done came back, you done been here for 1,000 years. You done, like, you feel me? And nobody do nothing different.
Well, the thing about that, if reincarnation is real, every time you reincarnate, you forget the 99% of your previous life.
That's what it
right?
is. Yeah.
So you wouldn't. So it's not a continuous carrying of the knowledge. Yeah. Yeah. If you can get a person like if Da Vinci reincarnated, but knows everything he knew, but now he gets to learn all the additional things of science, and then he reincarnates again and gets to learn the newest shit. Yeah. That we should be far ahead of ourselves, you know, as far as our technology and our advancements. But when you look at, and I like the Tibetan version of it, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, every time you reincarnate, you don't remember who you are. You don't know who you are. It's like a mind wipe that goes through. So now you got to start over. But theirs is more of a spiritual journey than it is a knowledge-based journey, right? It's satisfying karmic debt and all that kind of stuff.
But that's why I said, based off of what you were saying, if you get that connection and then you live forever, then you produce it forever, do you think the world would be able to sustain that?
Yeah, I honestly do. And
nobody ever died. And we all got that same thing. You think the world would be able to sustain that forever?
Yes, because our mentalities, if everybody lived forever, our way of life and our mentality would completely change, because there would be no more fear of death, for one, because there is no death. You will have more people and more energy put towards making life better on Earth, but also making it where, well, you know what? Let me rephrase this because we are talking about humans after all. We are going to either, through the will of goodness, try to build space stations, build ocean build on ocean land, build underwater, or build on the moon. We're going to, out of the goodness of exploration, we're going to become like Star Trek people, trying to get out there and see what else is going on. Or we going to mess up this planet and cause so much pain and grief and so many people in poverty that we'll hit a pain point that then forces us through pain to innovate into new regions and things of that nature because of necessity. So either way, we're going to innovate. We're either going to do it through just because, or we're going to do it through pain, because the world gets so fucked up that we have to, right? It's kind of like, I use this as an example all the time. It's kind of like when I had a client, she kept bullshitting about losing weight. But when she went to Six Flags and she was too big to ride the rides with her kids, she was so embarrassed and it hurt her so much that then she came in and her mind switched, and now she was able to do my program, right? But beforehand, just to do it just for her own goodness, she wouldn't do it. So most likely we'll hit a pain point. The world will get so polluted and jacked up. Have you ever seen this movie Elysium? Yeah.
Nah.
It's a good movie to check out. The world got so jacked up that the rich and powerful moved to this space station called Elysium, and they had the machines to regenerate their body and heal them, and they basically could live forever. But they left all the regular people on Earth to a hellscape while they went and lived, in peace and tranquility. So we as humans are more likely to do that than anything else if we live forever.
Now, with that said, right? Now, so that has nothing to do with the tree of life. But you also mentioned that the Anunnaki had built that in us where the energy comes from. So would they come into play at some point? Or do you think that it's just gonna be left on us and we're gonna have to do what we gotta do? Like you know what I mean? Because they say they see something coming, they don't know what it's coming, but you know what I'm saying?
So my perspective on the Anunnaki is that they're not beings from another planet. I think that old boy got that wrong when he was talking about Nibiru. I think that the so-called Anunnaki people are just a pre-Ice Age civilization of a different species from us. Still hominids in a sense, but just a different species that existed prior to the last Ice Age. And they were almost destroyed during that Ice Age and just tried to restart their civilization, but then they fucked around with humanoids and merged with humanoids. So, Homo sapiens. I don't think that they still exist as a pure species. Like many people think that they're living down in Antarctica or they're living in a hollow earth or some shit like that. Right. I don't see any evidence of a hollow earth and all that sort of thing. So I don't think there'll be some return of them. Like 98% of the species that's ever lived on this planet has gone extinct. So I just think that they just went extinct. Yeah.
And that's what I was saying. So I think we'll go extinct, but
one day we will.
You think so?
Hell yeah. Everything on this planet at some point is going to go extinct, but other species will develop just as other species have developed. Yeah, there's no way we don't avoid an extinction level event on this planet at some time frame.
We've been here over what? How many years would you say? Not throw a number out there real quick. Okay. Would you say like people on the planet?
Like Homo sapiens, like us, our version of people?
Yes, I'm a version of people.
About 300,000 years.
I was gonna say about 5. But you say 3?
Yeah, 200,000 to 300,000 years that we've been here.
So 200-300. Are you saying that you think it would be so that we've been here 200-300 years? That's way past what the Bible said anyway. But so there was other species before us. We got extinction.
Yep.
They got extinct.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying it's only a matter of time that our news is gonna be up as a whole thing, and then something evolves after that, or
Yeah, whatever survives will then evolve into whatever environment is remaining.
so all right. So then, and I go back to it. So I don't believe in a tree of life. But if that's the case, like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, we talk about the tree of life, but we all understand that, you know, it would be a point to where that would come. And that's my whole point with people who, and I don't knock them because, like I said, I don't knock anybody as long as it's making your life better where we live in. Because we live on this plateau right now, and that's all we know as human beings, you know? So I don't knock anybody who makes man or woman, you know? But if you come to a point to where it's like, bro, we know we're going to be extinct extinct at the end of the platform. Why are we looking and talking about trees of life and this and that and third? They put it in these books and this and that and third. Like I was just telling my friend the other day, right? What they say used to say back in the day, oh, if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in the book. Right? Put it in the book. But then we go to these books, and in the books, like oh, why are we learning about ramen noodles? What do we need ramen noodles for, bro? It's in the book, right? But you got to eat it. And that, like, you know?
I mean,
so I just decide on what books that you read is going to actually mean something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
not just books. You know?
Yeah, I mean, not every book is going to give you the information, give you the most accurate information. And a lot of books are just people's thoughts and theories anyway. So, but, you know, there are archaeological books and history books that are correct or more correct. But even the history books are telling you one side of the story, which is why I've always read both sides of the story instead of just reading one side, so you can have a clearer picture. But yes, the reason why we create these trees of life and immortality is because man has always feared death, because no man knows what happens after you die. So we've created different scenarios of what an afterlife is based on based on the most circumstantial evidence and based on feelings and emotions. But these tree of life, those are outgrowth from I don't want to die. I'm afraid of death, and I need something that tells me I can live forever. Whether it is done scientifically or is done through religious means, man doesn't want to die.
Yeah, I understand that part. Definitely. And that's why I say, to me, it would make more sense. Well, and I would never, like I said, tell anybody what to believe or anything like this, but to me, logically, when I think about it, I go scientific wise, because scientifically I deal with energy. So energy, what they say,
can't be created or destroyed. Just transmute from one to another.
Exactly. So to me, that makes the most sense to me, instead of believing in all this other thing, like, because like you said, we're going to be extinct one day. So where is your energy going to go to? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so that's how I'm looking at it. Like,
I know, but only thing about that is that you're presupposing that the energy stays, your conscious energy stays connected, right? Your conscious energy is very reasonable that your conscious energy could just disperse into other forms of energy and you will not have consciousness anymore. But the energy is still there. It just dispersed into other forms of energy, but you would never know that you were you. You just cease to exist.
Right? You're gonna forget everything. You're not gonna but now your energy is your consciousness. So if your consciousness is fake and your consciousness is out there, your consciousness, if you're gonna call consciousness energy, consciousness go out there in the energy. To me, it's what I believe, right? Whatever source that you come from, whatever energy that you projected on this plateau, you're gonna go back to that source, and that source is gonna be, but you're gonna have no. You're not unconscious now. It's fun, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like something like in the Bible it says the dead has no consciousness,
right?
Or something like that, right?
Right.
So So you have no consciousness, but you're just there. You're there. You're not gonna know anything, but you're still there. You know, and that's what I think. You still exist, but you don't exist in the form that you
Yeah.
remember.
I'm with you. It's just like the body. If you put a body in the ground, that energy disperses into dirt. It becomes part of the tree, part of the plants, but part of everything.
Yeah. Something like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
And
that's what I said.
Yeah. You and me both.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm doing.
I'm with you. I'm with you. But yeah, I appreciate you. I'm gonna let somebody else come up here.
That's it, brother. You have a good one, brother.
All right, you too. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right. Let's see. I know Marion said that he didn't want to come up, so we'll let Felipe come up. Nope, Felipe ain't there. Marion, did you still want to come up? I'm just gonna click it anyway, whether you answer or not, just because I can. Marion.
What's up?
I know you said cancel your request, but you can cancel your own name request.
You know how to do it, man. Like, you let it be everywhere, man. Like, they really do be everywhere. You make some good points, but at the same time, you let your questions, you know, even lose you.
Yeah.
I be paying attention. I really have to keep up with you in the comments. So paying attention.
Yeah, but I bring it back. We went off over there, but we came back to the tree of life.
Yeah, you be making good points. Your people do be making good points. They're just thinking outside of the box.
Mm-hmm.
And then why I said cancel my request, because there was a conversation going on. And another conversation came about. Yeah, I forgot the hell I wanted to like get in the box and crit. You know what I'm saying? So do I try to cancel my request, man? But
so what I do is I take notes. I have notes. So if I have something that I wanted to talk about, I'll write it down so that if I want to come back to it. So like when I made the example about child sacrifice, I wrote it down real quick so that I can come back to it. And, you know, so I can come back to that. But then, of course, I'm going to return, you know, I'll return back to the conversation. But yeah, I allow for my conversations to, you know, spread some wings a little bit. It keeps it interesting.
Correct. But I'm in the box now, so what question me? Ask me what my mindset is.
Well, what do you think about the tree of life? Do you think that the only way that you live forever in heaven, you don't believe in the Christian heaven and stuff, right?
No, but I believe in a higher presence, a higher intelligent existence and all that, you know what I'm saying?
So
I'm not 100% about nothing, but I know I'm present. I know I have a life. I'm 100% about that.
Well, yeah, you have a life. You're talking right now. So what happens after you die? What do you think that happens after you die?
I don't know. I read a book about one of Socrates' book, right? And he had a metaphor in there about, like you saying, the different types of heaven. Everybody die and they choose a lot. Whether you want to be an animal or athlete or public figure or priest, you get to choose what was already predestined, what you already choose. You remember that you did already, and you remember your former life. So now I don't want to be poor. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be a goat. But you choose your lot now. But the all-knowing, the gods already knew what you were going to choose. But after you chose what you chose, no matter you chose first, last, what?
If you
let me finish. You go to the river of forgetfulness, and they tell you drink one sip, but the more you drink, the more you forget about your present life. Okay. And when I read this story, I was with it. And you asked me a question, that's my answer. This how
okay. So if there's a God who's already determined what choice you're going to make, how can you say that then you're not really making a choice then, right? It's already predetermined. So that's not really your choice.
Control like a system, and we are in a system. No matter how much power we think we have.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if I already know that if you go to a bodega, you're going to choose, you know, a ham and cheese, then did you really have a choice? Did you really choose it?
I'm saying like this, and I ain't God, and I don't believe everything about the Bible has some real true points in it. You know your child, right? You take your child to McDonald's or Wendy's or wherever favorite place they like to go, and you know what they want. You know their favorite toy, you know their favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
We are children, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm leading with this.
Well, that's just knowing the habits of my kids. I can make an educated guess on what they're going to choose, and 9 times out of 10, I'm probably right. But that one time that they choose something different, then that would be a demonstration that all I was making was educated guess. I didn't predetermine what they were going to get. But in your statement, based on Socrates, you're saying that it's predetermined already.
But maybe it could make some sense, Socrates. I don't read the book alone.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have nobody. I didn't use no cross reference. I didn't have you or nobody who got other reference or other inputs, ideas. So I was reading along those lines, setting up.
Well, I mean, but that's just, I'm not trying to sound funny, but that's just understanding words. If something is predetermined, then that means that it is already decided. So then there is no choice, right? So you don't choose what life you come back in if it's already predetermined. So I don't know if Socrates, I didn't read Socrates, so I don't know what he said in that regard. Well, I didn't read that part of Socrates, so I don't know what he said in that regard. So then if Socrates said that, I would say that Socrates was wrong.
Well, that's true. Well, can I say I was reading Plato? And he was what's the name? Aristocrat and Socrates. He cross wrestled with them. But that was Plato's story. And he was talking about how people grow up and how women and children have to wear their children together. But at the same time, he was speaking on a whole lot of things, man. He talked about death.
Yeah, I mean, some of Plato's work is phenomenal. Like his cave example is one of the best examples in that best philosophies and thought processes that's out there. But yeah, it's just that I was just wondering what your thought process. So for you, it's reincarnation. It's a predetermined reincarnation that happens.
Speaking on what you're talking about, you asked the question. I'm just feeding it to it.
Right. I was asking the question of what do you think that happens when you die?
When I leave this body, someone becomes something else. Like, yes, I believe in it. Maybe
So you think you're gonna come back as something else on Earth?
November 2nd, man. I had enough. I don't want no more.
Well, happy born day or belated. Yeah, belated born day.
Man, no, I had enough of this, man, to see.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that part now. If reincarnation is real, I need to go to a new planet. I don't want to come back to this motherfucker. I might not even like that other planet, but I know I don't like this one. So
man, just level me up. I can't go no more.
So I think a book that you may find interesting then would be the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Tibetan Book of the Dead talks about a type of reincarnation of going through samsara. So that sounds more like what would feed you. So try to read that, find that book. You can probably, you can download that free online. The Tibetan Book of the Dead.
Oh, let me write it down. I'm gonna write it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We should all get in the habit of writing things down. That's why I have these little notepads. And then my wife went and got me a new journal book to write in. Because
now, can we speed this up? Excuse me, can we speed this up? Keep spelling.
oh, the THE book. Okay, so the book, the THE book, B-O-K, B-O-O-K, of O-F, the THE, dead, D-E-A-D, the Book of the Dead. Yeah, and it's the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So let me be. Oh, Tibetan. Tibetan.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Oh, I thought you meant spell the Book of the Dead. My bad. But Tibetan, yeah, because if you just put Book of the Dead, you'll most likely get the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is totally different than the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
And like, okay, you just said something I'm very intrigued with. The Egyptian, they lifestyle, their culture, they knowledge is phenomenal to me. And like, as far as it, what they speak of their days, how they do them.
So you talking about that whole process of their afterlife? Yeah. So once you go through their burial ceremonies, which they take certain organs out and put them in jars and so on and so forth. Like they take the heart out and put it in a jar, but they take your brain out and they throw it away. Then they bury you. And you're supposed to be buried with a copy of the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead has spells in it that as you go through different stages of the journey that you're led by the Egyptian god Anubis, you have different trials that you'll go through, different situations you'll go through. And if you got the right spell, you can get past all those trials. So you finally get to the scales of Ma'at. When you get to the scales of Ma'at, and this is why your heart is put, this is one of the reasons why your heart is put in a jar. Your heart is then put on the scale, is balanced against a feather, is weighed against the feather of Ma'at, and that feather is the feather of truth. And then you do the 42 confessions. I have not stolen, I have not coveted, I have not eaten the sacrifice of the gods, all these 42 different confessions. If your heart is found to be lighter than the feather, then you get to go into the field of reeds, which is where Osiris is ruling the underworld, and you get to live this in paradise. You're still working though. You still live a similar life to whatever you've been living, is just in paradise. If your heart is found to be heavier, then a council is created. You got Anubis and you got these judges, and then Horus comes and he's your lawyer and he advocates for you. And then they make a decision as to whether or not you should go into the afterlife, or the god Amit comes and devours your heart, and then you just cease to exist. So that's their process.
I watched a lot of movies and read books, like the Seven, but the part about the Rob character, the judge, I heard like he plucks away at the body, he eats the body.
Well, Ra is not the judge. Ra has nothing to do with it.
It's like the little, it's like a bird, the little bird thing. You know what I'm talking about? The similar, the little quote thing with the bird thing plucks away. I seen it in a story or movie portrayed, and
yeah, now that's Thoth, and Thoth doesn't do that. Thoth just records everything. During that process, he's just recording the whole process, so he doesn't do that. The alligator, the little crocodile alligator god, Amit, his only thing is if your heart is heavier, he'll eat your heart, and you just, go to hell or cease to exist, kind of thing.
Okay, I got one question. I'm finna grade and go to work.
Okay.
I come to you live right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's constructed from Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed, man, you can't keep referring like to the Bible. You always go to the Bible. You always go to the scriptures. So basically, what I'm getting out of this, you basically saying there is some truth in this Bible, right?
No.
Hold up.
Well, let me rephrase that. As far as what is true in the Bible, there are certain historical people and cities and wars and battles and civilizations that are true. But as far as
I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking like all those stories. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's like stuff like treat others how you want to be treated.
oh yeah, that
You know what I'm saying? Universal law. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Respect. You know what I'm saying? Common sense thing.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm
can.
saying? Don't judge nobody if they choose to eat meat. You know what I'm saying? Respectful type shit. You believe in that. Those codes. But those stories wasn't there. And who knows? Like, if I want to start a room by myself, I can start. Who can do it better than me? So who wrote those stories? I don't know. I'm not easy entertained. But you always deconstructing. You always saying you deconstructing. You got these scriptures about the Bible. And like you said you studied for a long time Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's something like they're stuck with you about Christianity, man. And I'm just being 100%.
Of course, there are some things that okay. So, being born in America to a Christian family, some of the morals or the wisdoms that you can find that I grew up with, you can find them in the Bible. This is true. And that's where they were, that's where they were first introduced to me. But then when I read the Upanishads, I read the Bhagavad Gita, you can read the Quran, you can read almost any society's religious text, and you're still going to find some of those same truths, some of those same morals, I should say. Not truths, but some of those same morals. That doesn't mean I'm still believing in the Bible. It's just that my morality matches up with some of the things in the Bible, but it matches up with some of the moralities that are in pretty much every religion. You know?
Okay, I see it, but you all like all those books you said that possess and have that same information, those same speak, those same laws. Everybody want to be treated.
Okay.
You know, basically.
But I'm not seeing the problem.
To the Bible.
When I talk about those things, I don't even refer to the Bible most of the time. Now, today, somebody brought up something that the Bible said that I thought was a good thing. But when we deconstruct from the Bible, we're deconstructing from all the bullshit. So there's so much bullshit in the Bible, so much historical inaccuracies, and so many unproven things that the deconstruction is not about saying that now I want to go and murder and now I want to go and steal. The deconstructing is saying that this God does not exist. None of the miraculous things this God claims existed or happened. So I'm not going to worship this God. So the deconstruction is going away from the worshiping and the belief in this God, not getting rid of all your morals. But I don't, there's nothing that I say that I believe in this God.
The stories, like you can like, but it was like you be referring to the Bible, like you be talking about because Samson was fake, and it's his story real.
So
be so stupid. You know, you be going hard on these characters.
Because what is this channel deconstructing from? Is it deconstructing from Islam? Did I deconstruct? No. No. The title of this the title of this channel is Deconstructing Christianity. Is it deconstructing it's not deconstructing Islam, right? It's not deconstructing Buddhism. So, of course, in order to deconstruct from Christianity, you utilize the Bible to demonstrate why you deconstructed from it. If I was deconstructing from Islam, I would be talking about the Quran all the time and showing why it's wrong. and jacked up.
No, see what you don't be doing. You be getting good quotes and making it look good because you refer to the Bible.
What are you talking about? That's not what I do. You brought up Samson, and I talked about how stupid the Samson story is.
Yeah, it was the type of said, bro. It was so, you know how your podcast go, they be everywhere.
But what good thing did I say about Samson? I ain't say nothing good about Samson. Because there ain't nothing good about it. No, you're saying that I'm utilizing these stories and good things of these stories. You said you're not talking about the moral parts. So you got to be about the stories.
Yeah, I think okay, let it be like I'm showing live podcast. But the thing is, I'm wasting a whole lot of time talking about some bullshit that I myself personally don't think is, you know what I'm saying, real. You know what I'm saying? My experience,
Well, to you,
experience from school with David and Goliath. You know, those are stories.
well, to you is not real. Now, to you is, well, let me rephrase. To you is not, it's a waste of time. And that's fine for that to be for you, which is why you don't do a podcast, right? But for me, it's not a waste of time because I'm helping other people deconstruct. I'm leaving a legacy for my kids and grandkids, if I ever have them, to be able to come and get the same information that I was able to give to my kids and to the people who are here. So for me, it's not a waste of time. But in the same vein, okay, but yeah, because I was just about to say, then why do you waste your time to be on here or to listen if it's not something that you also have interest in? You see what I'm saying? So you obviously have interest in it as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't give your time to listen. Now, what it sounds like, there's a lot of Christians who like to come to my channels and they like to say, for a person who doesn't believe in the Bible, you should spend a whole bunch of time talking about the Bible and you claim that you don't believe in it. But that's just one of two things. One, you don't understand or know the mission. Or two, and I'm not saying you're in this category because you don't believe the Bible like that. They are so butthurt that somebody would say something against their religion that they feel personally offended. You understand what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit what those people think. Like,
I mean, shit. Then why I continue to come? Because you have all type of conversation, all type of like opinions and questions and comments, and you still be live.
Yeah, and then people are going to have. And then the beauty of conversation is that, one, some people come to the channel, they may have to have something on their mind. It may not be the subject matter, but they had it on their mind. They want to talk about it, want to ask, or it might be from a previous video that I made. And so I will entertain it. The other part is that we could be having a conversation about the subject matter and like most conversations, they lead to something else. And I will entertain that for a little while as well, because that's the beauty of conversation. Just like if you hanging out with your boys, you know, at a bar or at a park or whatever, y'all don't just talk about the same thing for 3 hours. You know, the conversations move. Conversations do that. And I don't have a problem with it at all. It's the beauty of conversations. Otherwise, these lives would be like 30 minutes. Huh? I didn't hear you. That car went by. What was the last thing you said? Okay. All right, man. Appreciate you. All right. All right. Have a good work day. I like Mary. Yeah, what y'all say? The barber. I think that's what that says.
Yes, sir.
You over 21?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Are you a believer in the Bible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm guessing you saw the prompt. What do you think about the prompt?
The fifth immortality is based on the tree of life.
Uh-huh.
Not. All right, so if you're talking about the beginning, Adam was an epistle.
Adam was an epistle?
Christian.
Okay.
But he would have access to the tree of life had he remained obedient.
Right. He had do you think he had access before the disobedience?
I believe he could eat from it, but from what we read, we know that at the time they had ate from it. They had
We don't know that. Think about what it says. It says that the God sprang up every tree and shrub and herb and everything, right? And said, and you may eat from all these things. And the tree of life was in the garden, but also was the tree of knowledge. And the tree of knowledge was the only thing he said he couldn't eat from. So they had permission to eat from everything. And then when they got kicked out the garden, the reason they got kicked out the garden is so that they don't continue to eat from the tree of life.
Yeah, we have a different perspective on that, but it didn't say continue. It said so they won't eat from it.
Right. But he wasn't kicked out of the garden so they can stop eating from the pineapple tree. The only tree they specified was we don't want them now to be able to eat from the tree of life. So logical deduction would say that since they had that access, that it's most likely that they did eat from the tree of life prior to the disobedience.
Maybe. I say maybe because once they got kicked out of the garden, he had to grow his own food. And he still lived to almost 1,000 years old.
I mean, I don't believe he lived 1,000, but yeah, he still, according to the story, he still lived 1,000 years old. And would it not make sense that him and his wife had previously been eating from the tree of life in order to live that long?
Not necessarily. The reason why I say that is because even their offspring were living a long time as well. So it was just they was only that the offspring never ate from the tree of life. So how they get that much time on their hands?
Just like we do now with our genetics. You know, like you see you got some people, their families seem to have long life. Other families don't have long life. All that is genetic. Give you a perfect example. When I was in my 20s and 30s, I had a fear before I really learned about genetics, because no one in my family that I knew of had lived past the age of 68. So when I was in my 20s, I had a fear about having a short life because genetically, it seemed like everybody in my family died by 68. It wasn't until I started learning about nutrition and health that I realized that they didn't live that long because them jokers ate trash. You know, and not so much processed foods. It's just my family used to eat everything from the pig. My grandfather used to eat chitlins and shit all the damn time. My father living in Florida, ate Cuban sandwiches and bologna and hot dogs every damn day. So he was destroying his body, and they all drank a lot of liquor. So they drank, I mean, they weren't drunks, but they drank enough that they were, when you're drinking every day, my grandfather used to carry around that fifth of gin and fifth of Jim Beam. You living a hard life, So when I look at their lives, I'm like, oh, okay, these jokers live a hard life. Now, my mother she's done some harshness in her life, but not as bad as her parents. So now my mom is like 79 years old, right? So the environment that you put your body through can increase or decrease your life. So genetically, if I grant you that Adam lived 900 and some odd years, then genetically his gene pool is predisposed to live longer.
Okay. But there's a point, I'm quite sure you remember. There's a point in the Bible where God said he won't let his spirit strive with man indefinitely. He's going to cut his years down to 120. And gradually you didn't see people living 500, 400. There is no record in the scriptures that they was living like the life, then got down to 100 something. It went drastically from 900, 800 all the way down to 120 something years. So that's the way the Bible writes. If anybody was 600 or 500, it don't say.
Mm-hmm. You're right. The Bible does do that. And I see that as artistic license. And I say it, the reason why I say that is because if you study the Aztec writings, the Mayan writings, damn near anybody else's culture, anytime they were writing about people who were thousands of years ahead of them, they all had long lives. The Sumerians did it with the King's List, where these jokers were living 25,000 years. But then once you get to contemporary writings, everybody is living a normal lifespan that we know of. And so there's a story about how the Ifa gods put some stuff in the water to shorten man's life. The Quetzalcoatl put some stuff in the air to shorten man's life. So each one of them got this story of long life. Then something happens where the god does something to shorten their lives so that it conforms with the contemporary life of the time frame that they're writing. So I see the Bible the same way.
The reason why I understand the Bible the way the Bible is better is because the same life that he put in man in the beginning when he grew into the best life, he just took some of it back. It's not to the air, had to do something to the water. It was his spirit to begin with.
I mean, it's just another version of the story to me. I mean, you can, just because the method is different, it's still the same story. That the God did something to shorten man's life. And generally it's because of something generally it was because of the wickedness. Man was being declared wicked in each one of those stories as to why the gods always did it. And mind you, these people wrote these stories and none of them had contact with each other when they wrote it.
Well, that would make it more.
Well, let me correct myself. The Israelites would have known, they knew about the Egyptian version of that story. They knew about the Sumerian and Canaanite version of that story as well. So they would have known the people in Mesopotamia and in the Mediterranean. They knew their versions of that story before they wrote their story. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, fine.
And if you think about it, if I'm writing my story after you wrote your story, I can make my story better than yours in a sense. Because I can make my story more inclined with the knowledge that we have today.
Or how about this is what Islam claims, but I'm not going. I'm not going with Islam. How about if the way the story has been orally passed on wasn't correct, and now I'm gonna choose someone to finally write it down the way it was in the beginning, when nobody was right. Nobody was writing in the beginning around Adam's time. Nobody was writing nothing.
No Israelites were writing anything, but the cuneiform writing, well, the oldest cuneiform text we have is dated around 2700 BC. So the oldest form of writing that we have only goes back that far. So you're right. Nobody was. So we don't have anything from Adam's time. It's theorized that there would have been writings from other civilizations during the time frame of Adam. It's just, it hasn't been unearthed, or is, time has taken it away.
Or it's probably not even understandable. You know what I mean? We had to find out what the language is.
Yeah, and that's another. I mean, if it wasn't for the Rosetta Stone, we would not know what the Meta Netures mean today. Even to this day, we wouldn't know what they mean. So you're right. Even if we found something, well, the Sumerian culture and Akkadian culture was around during the time frame of Adam, but because we can read cuneiform, if we were to find something that was written during that time frame, we would be able to understand it. But let's say we found a Mesoamerican tribe in the middle of Brazil that's never had contact with anybody else, and they had their own form of writing, like it developed on its own, we wouldn't understand none of that.
All right, yeah, so going with that line of thought, because I still believe in the Bible and the process that had to occur. And if you believe, like I believe, that it was one set of language. We all come from the one man, one woman. It was one language. It wasn't until the Tower of Babel language got confused, and you gotta make your own form of writing for your language. That right?
You would, but the problem with the Tower of Babel story is that the time frame that it happened, there were already languages around the world. There were already many spoken languages around the world. So like the Sumerian language and the Akkadian language, the Egyptian language, these languages was already in existence before the Tower of Babel story.
Okay.
No, it's not a could be. They were around.
No, I'm lining the Bible for what you're saying. Could it be? It was because I don't know. Well, of course you deep in Dutch, so you probably don't really remember. So, but my understanding is there could have been other languages bought once the sons of men came and made it with the daughters of man. I mean, sons of God came and made it with the daughters of men. They came teaching a lot of things. So maybe that could be why that theory you're saying is true.
I mean, you would have to just kind of add that to the story, because the thing about it is that the Bible doesn't say that the Nephilim spoke a different language or that they taught men anything. Like the Bible doesn't say that. It just says that they had sex with the daughters of men, they had children, and those children became the Nephilim. They became the heroes of old and the great men of renown. That's all the Bible says about them. It didn't say that they taught them anything.
So let me ask you this. When you read the Bible, so it lets you know that Enoch saw a lot of what's going on.
That who?
Enoch.
Okay, so let me clarify something first. Right. Which Bible are you speaking of, so that we can be speaking from the same Bible?
I'm talking about the original I'm not talking about the book of Enoch. I'm talking about the 66 books.
Okay, so if we're talking about the 66 books, then we don't know what Enoch didn't see nothing. Enoch just went to heaven. That's it.
So you don't believe that when the daughters, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, that Enoch wasn't around? Did that kind of happen?
Well, let me see. Jonathan. That happens after Enoch, I think, or right before Enoch. I don't know. I can't. The timeline is not fresh in my head right now as far as when that happened, but we can easily figure it out.
Let me say this then. So they weren't around during the time of Noah, right? They were still around. That's the way it happened before Noah, right?
Yeah, the Enoch supposedly was taken up before Noah. Yeah.
Okay, so it took Noah like around 40 years to build the ark, right?
100 years. Yeah.
Okay. So if they've been out here all that time, you know what they taught or was talking to these women that they were dealing with about anything?
I'm just saying the Bible doesn't say that they did.
I understand what you're saying.
And
a lot of the reason why I say that is because when I talk to some people, they also believe the only thing Adam ever said to Eve is the last bone of my bone, the flesh of my flesh, and they ain't talking no more. So I can't, being married myself, that's pretty much impossible to spend time with a person and not say much to them.
no, I get what you're saying. Logical deduction would say that they were saying things to them and that they were dealing with them. But, and that's why I asked you what Bible we were going from, because if we were looking at the Armenian Bible or the Ethiopian Bible, then that would include the books of Enoch. And the books of Enoch says that the Nephilim, that these angels came and they taught women all these different things, right? It still doesn't say they taught them a different language, but it just taught them, how to make tools and how to use makeup, and taught them some of their, their magic, which we can just say is technology. But so that's why I was asking which version of the Bible that you're talking about. And I was just sticking right there. Now, I just looked it up real quick. The giants happened after Enoch. So yeah, but the giants happened after Enoch. Enoch had already went up to heaven, according to the Bible story, before the sons of God came and had sex with the daughters of men. So Enoch wouldn't have been a witness to what they were teaching, which is probably why the book of Enoch has a contradiction to the Genesis story, because the Genesis story says that it is the descendants of Cain that started developing the crafts, all these different crafts of tool works and all these other things.
Wait a minute. According to Genesis 5,
Mm-hmm.
19, Jared lived for 2 years, then became father to Enoch. After becoming father to Enoch, Jared lived for 800 years, and he became father to yours. Then we move over to chapter 6.
Uh-huh.
Then it says, now when men started to grow in number on the tip of the ground, those were born to them, then the sons of the two gods began to know the men. Now, are you saying Enoch wasn't around when the angels came down?
Yes, because go back to chapter 5. And in chapter 5, verse 21, when Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God after the birth of Methuselah 300 and after the birth of Methuselah 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus were the days of Enoch were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, then was no more. So Enoch was.
We don't actually know what year those angels came down. No, we're just looking at a timeline lineage, but it's telling you that everybody was alive who was alive for a certain amount of time. Enoch was alive for 365, but a lot of other people that are in this list were also alive. Their timelines,
yeah, they overlap.
Timelines overlap, but we don't know when the angels came down. Going whose timeline? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So what we can see, what the Bible is suggesting is saying that Enoch had left before Lamech was born, and then Lamech had Noah. All right. So we got hundreds of years from the time frame of Lamech's birth to the time frame that Noah was born. And then, yes, it just says when man began to multiply on the face of the ground, and the daughters of men, they saw that they looked good. This wickedness, though, so the wickedness doesn't start happening until after Noah is born, and Noah is 500 years old. So Enoch would have been dead even before Noah was born. So we can say that somewhere between the time frame of Noah's birth to that 500 year time frame, that's when they came and had sex with them.
Okay, we can rock with that for the sake of math. We can rock with that.
Right, and then that's when the God first shuts man down to 120 years.
Right, so I'll stick to Noah.
Mm-hmm.
So Noah took like 100 years to build the ark. So during this time, I would point out the angels that came down, and they were with these women, and they would have an offspring.
Yeah.
So that whole time Noah was alive, they were there. Because Noah was preaching to people, what's going to happen.
Genesis doesn't say that Noah was preaching anything. That is what Second Peter claims. But Genesis doesn't claim that Noah preached to anybody. And even Second Peter is not claiming that he preached. It just says that he was, a righteous man to God. And he was a harbinger. Now, a harbinger is someone who brings a message. So you could go there with harbinger, but this is Second Peter making a statement about Noah that Genesis never made. So that would be like you making a statement about Dr. King and something he did, but no one during the time frame of Dr. King ever made that statement.
All right, so let me ask you this. I know I'm using the word preach, but if everybody's going on living their lives, doing whatever they're doing, whatever wickedness is going on, and you got a man that's building the ark on dry ground.
Mm-hmm.
I know it don't say it. Again, we're gonna go with that. I know it don't say specifically.
Right.
You think nobody came up to that man and said,
"What?
What did you do?"
Quite possible. Quite possible.
What do you think his reply would be?
He might have said, "God gonna make it rain and flood the earth." He might have told him.
I think something you could read into if you were alive at that point and seeing what's going on. I would ask, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly reasonable to think that somebody would have asked, but there's a difference between somebody asking and then them telling than what Second Peter is suggesting, that Noah went around telling everybody.
You should just be right from where you at, doing the work.
Well, he's called a harbinger. So a harbinger goes specifically to tell people stuff. A harbinger doesn't wait for people to come and ask.
Well, I put it like this. If you've been given an assignment by God to build an ark, it's going to take that long to do it. You ain't got no time to be walking around looking for people to preach. You got to stay where you at and do this work. And when they come up and talk to you, you say what you got to say. And
you do, but you also got to think about this. All right, listen, since we're doing reasonable deductions, right? If God came and told you that I'm going to destroy the whole world, but the only people I'm saving is you and your kids, are you really going to tell everybody if you've already been told by God that the only people that he's saving is you and your kids? Would you even waste the time, or would you say it? Because now that would be going outside of what the God said if you're trying to warn people when he told you you and your kids were the only people he was saving.
Well, I'm trying not to go further in the Bible with God saying his mind is so based on people because they decided to be obedient to his will. I'm trying not to go there, but I would say that if a person like started to like believe, like is God just going to do that? And he's like, yeah, that's why you think I'm gonna get doing what I'm doing. And maybe he's like, well, let me.
But would you, if God has told you that now, the only people I'm saving, and it says that Noah was a righteous man, which means that he followed God's commands. He followed God. If you are following God's commands, you are not trying to usurp his commands. You are just going to follow it. And in following his commands, you ain't telling nobody. Because he said that you and your kids are the only ones he's saving. So you're trying to usurp God. Yeah, through modernized eyes. Through our moral sense.
That too. What I'm saying, this is if I'm being chosen, and I'm putting this up, this is something profound to me that I believe enough that God said he's going to save me and my family. I'm going to find out what kind of God I'm serving, because when people come up to me, I'm not going to lie to them. I'm not going to say I'm just building an art, just building an art. They already would believe I'm crazy anyway for building. I'm going to tell them, I'm going to give them a reason why I'm not as crazy as they think I am.
You could, and I know this is terrible, but if you think about it, you can tell them the truth without lying, but also not tell them the whole truth. You could say, I'm building a house for my family. I'm building a place for my family. You're not lying. You are building a place for your family. You're just not telling them why. You know how people, you know how you do that? You know, you kind of, you're not telling a lie, and you're only telling them enough of the truth for you not to have to lie or have to tell them the extra part of the truth.
You got, at this point, you building the city.
No, Ark is not that big. It's I mean, for that time, it's a big boat, but you stay at a city though.
Well, compared to everybody, where everybody else is.
Yeah, I mean, compared. For that time frame, you are building something very big, and people could just, if you told them I'm building a house for me and my family, they could just be like, oh, that's an egotistical bastard there. He building this big old house.
Guess what? The fact that we even now, there's giants around. That's bullies. They think you the one gonna stand out and have something better than the rest of us.
Why do you say they were bullies when it says that the giants were the heroes of old and great men of renown? That's not bullies. So what you're doing is one of two things, and both of them are connected. Either you're doing it because you read it yourself, or you're doing it because it's been preached. But where people get the ideas that the giants were these evil, bad creatures is they get that from the books of Enoch. And many preachers have preached that, knowing that it comes from the books of Enoch, but it's not in their book, because you cannot find where those giants were evil. They'll take that Goliath was evil because he was a Philistine, and his brothers were evil because they were Philistines. And they say that Og was a giant, and he was not, anybody who wasn't Israelite was evil, according to the Bible. So either they're taking it from the other giants that come later on in the story, or they're taking it from the book of Enoch. But Genesis says they were heroes. Okay.
You go to Genesis, the 6th chapter, and you read verse 11. It says, but the earth had become ruined in the sight of the true God, and the earth was filled with violence.
Mm-hmm.
So they non-violent, you tell me?
They could be, because they were called heroes and great men of renown. And who does the Bible say was he? Who did he say he was killing everybody? Who was wicked? Who did he say was wicked? In verse 5, he said, the Lord saw that the wickedness of humans was great on the earth, and that every inclination of the thought of their hearts was only evil. And the Lord was sorry that he had made humans on the earth, and grieved in his heart. And he said, I will blot out the earth of humans I have created, people together with animals, creepy things, birds of the air, for I am sorry that I had made them. So the violence that is spoken of in 11 is in reference to the wickedness of humans, not giants.
Let me ask you this. When it said that the sons of two God came down and took wives, all that they chose, you think they respected your wife?
Do I think they what?
You think they would have respected your wife?
Well, they took wives, so they didn't take other people's wives. They took the women as wives.
It said all whom they chose. All.
Let me go back to it.
And if they took another man's wife, that would greatly increase violence.
It's not insinuating that they took another man's wife.
It said all. I'm coming down here. I'm ready to give you. I can tell you what I want to have. Who's gonna stop me?
You're adding to their stories.
So you think they came to help?
It said they took wives for themselves of all they chose. So, yes. But that doesn't infer that they're taking other people's wives, because they're saying that they saw the daughters who were born to them, right?
What?
So it's right. And he saw that they were fair and they took wives. So they're taking the daughters of a couple. So it's not that they're taking your wife, they're taking your daughter and making your daughter their wife.
You mean that all women are somebody's daughter?
You're grasping at straws on that one.
Listen.
You're grasping at straws. You know that biblically there's a difference between someone who is a wife and someone who is a daughter.
No, it's not.
There's a distinctive cultural difference. If a woman is someone's daughter, if a child, a woman being someone's daughter and she's taken as a wife, that is the bride price. That's the bride arrangement, right? And they were making them their wives. These are unmarried women that they are making as their wives. No, it's not an inference. It's what it,
because a woman is a wife, she's no longer somebody's daughter.
Because a woman who is a wife, and if someone takes them, then they are committing adultery. That is.
Why would they care? They ain't. They already violent.
See, they already violent. You're making assumptions. You're forcing the narrative to fit your conscientious bias, right? Or your confirmation bias, rather. You're making it fit your confirmation bias, because for you, the Nephilim have to be evil, the giants have to be evil, the angels have to be evil. But the Bible doesn't say that they were evil at all, but calls them heroes. You're not going to call people heroes who commit adultery and take some other man's wife. But they came and took the daughters of men, which the daughter is the child of two parents.
All right, so now you got to change the whole activity with the Bible, right? Then. Because if that's the case, when it says in verse 5, consequently the Lord God saw that man's wickedness was great on the earth, and every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only bad all the time. Then the one that came down should be making everything better.
And that's why they are called the heroes of old and the great men of renown.
I have no need to destroy it. They're going to make everything better.
But he's destroying the earth because of the wickedness of man. He ain't destroying the earth because they are great men of renown and heroes. He's destroying it because of man. The birds and the animals didn't have nothing to do with it, but he killed them too. So the birds and the animals, they're making life better on earth. But he's going to kill all of them because of the wickedness of man.
Okay. That's a whole other topic. With the animals and all that stuff.
They fall in the same category, though.
You see, it's a word that came into the Bible later, or a law that came later that specifically came after all this stuff happened. That lets me know, okay, somebody started sleeping with animals, but it'd be a law that said you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, Adam. Adam.
Okay.
Go back and look at Genesis 2. Adam, he said, man should not be alone. He needs a helpmeet. So the Lord God he created every animal and beast of the field, fowl of the air out of the ground to see which one would be a good helpmeet for Adam. But he found none to be a good helpmeet. So then he made Eve, who was a helpmeet. The only difference between Eve and the other animals, because remember the serpent could talk, so these other animals might have been able to talk too. But the only thing that he made that was a helpmeet for Adam was Eve. And so he must have been shakalaka boom boom in them animals too.
You were first.
I'm just saying. Was Eve, what's the difference between Eve and the serpent?
What's the difference between Eve and the serpent?
Yeah, could they both talk?
I don't actually believe snakes talk now.
Okay, but according to the story, according to the story, the snake talked, right?
Well, that's the way it puts it.
Come on, man. It ain't gonna kill you to say it. Did the snake talk? It's a yes or no.
It says the snake talk, but no, the snake talk.
So
you know who was behind the snake talk? Or behind using the snake.
There's nothing that suggests that there was something behind the snake talking, but the snake talked. It said,
let you know who the original serpent was by the time you tell you.
Actually, in Revelations, when it's referring to the serpent of old and the dragon, it's talking about the behemoth and the leviathan that you have in Job and Isaiah. That's not in reference to the serpent in the garden.
It specifically said the one called devil.
It could not have been talking about that because it refers to it. The words that are used are the same reference to the Leviathan and the behemoth that's spoken of in Isaiah and Job. The second thing is that there was, in the time frame of Adam and Eve, Noah, all of these people, there was no thought process of being of a devil. Like, they didn't have a devil. They didn't develop a devil character until they came out of Babylonian captivity, and they were under the Persians and then under the Greeks. And that's when Judaism developed a devil. But prior to that, Judaism didn't see the Satan, the serpent, the behemoth, the Leviathan, and the serpent. Well, I said the serpent. They didn't see them all as the same being.
I agree.
And they didn't even have a war in heaven. They didn't even have a war in heaven because the books of Enoch weren't written until around 160, well, during the time frame of the Greek occupation. So, yeah, so there was not even a war in heaven. So if there's no war in heaven yet, you don't have a Satan. You don't have a devil yet.
I think which book it was, but it lets you know that the devil wasn't always the devil. He was once an angel, a son of God. By his ways, he made himself a slanderer and a liar. By what he did in the murder. That's what caused him to carry that title of devil and Satan. So he proved to be that after he gave him the death sentence.
Now, see, you see how you're flip-flopping the story? Because if there was no war in heaven prior to Adam and Eve, then there would have not been a devil to pose himself as a serpent or influence a serpent, all right? Because the war in heaven hadn't happened yet. In the story of Job, you have an angel who's like the music minister, but he's not the devil either. You don't get a devil until the book of Enoch is written. The book of Enoch, you don't get the war in heaven, and then you get the fall of the angels until Enoch is written. Enoch is not written until the 2nd century BCE at earliest. So that's why they didn't have that concept in their religion.
I don't believe it. The book of Enoch, because it don't even have a fall. They don't even the author of the book of Enoch.
Well, they claim Enoch. But you see how the doctrine doesn't fit with the history. That's one reason why I and many others deconstruct it, because if you're only looking at it from what you got now and what your doctrines are now, then yeah, you can say that the serpent was influenced by the devil because you have a concept of the devil. But if you were to look at it from the perspective of the people in 500 BCE, there is no Enoch written. So there is no war in heaven. There is no devil. That hasn't been created yet in their minds. And so none of the books written before them, which would be your Genesis book being one of them, no one would have taught or thought that the serpent was the devil, because there was no devil.
Well, if you believe that for a person that believes that the Bible is comes from the inspired expression of God to man, then man can't come up with that on his own. He has to reveal it for who certain entities was that was exposed. Just like when Jesus came across the man, the demon-possessed man in amongst the tombstones. It wasn't a man that was talking to him, it was the demon that was in him.
And see, let's look at this from the time frame perspective. The whole idea that the Bible is inspired by God comes from the writings of 2 Peter. 2 Peter is not written until late 1st century, early 2nd century. So 2 Peter is basing this information on the fact that the Jewish religion now believes in a devil, not written from the perspective of before it was written by beforehand. So the Jesus character, who is a 1st century person, is basing his beliefs on the fact that Judaism, which he was following at that time frame, had a concept of the devil in 1st century. If Jesus would have came in 4th century BCE or 5th century BCE, he would have never spoken of a devil.
Okay. So who was supposed to have tempted him in the wilderness?
In the wilderness, it would be the devil, because he has a concept of the devil in 1st century. That's what I'm saying. If Jesus was writing at the time frame of Isaiah, there is no devil. Like when you read the Old Testament, Isaiah never speaks of a devil. Jeremiah never speaks of a devil. Daniel never speaks of a devil. Right? Because at their time frames, there wasn't the concept of a devil.
All right, so what about the book of Job?
The book of Job, there is no devil. The Satan is not a devil. Right? That's an office, that's a position, a title of one of the B'nai Elohim, one of the sons of God. And he's up in heaven. So the devil got carte blanche to just go up to heaven when he wants to?
Well, you're not kicked out.
No, well, according to the story, according to the doctrine, people believe that the devil was kicked out before Adam and Eve were created. So how can he be in heaven with the whole Job thing happening?
Well, because when you read the first chapter of Revelation, it tells you about what's the thing that's going to take place. So it lets you know in the book of Revelation that when he was kicked out, that didn't happen in the beginning. It's talking about future events.
Well, yeah. So you are still making my point. If you take out all the doctrine of Enoch, then the fall of this angel and the creation of this devil that hasn't even happened yet, because it has to happen in Revelations. When the dragon fights against Jesus and it sweeps 1/3 of the stars from the heavens, which is supposed to be symbolic of the war in heaven, that hasn't happened yet. So then the Satan and the serpent and the behemoth and all these other things cannot be. But doctrine, modern day doctrine, has made them into devil. Actually, from around 2nd century BCE, Judaism created the first ideas of a devil, but our modern day concepts of the devil doesn't even come into serious contention until around the second and third century CE. And because that devil is different than the Jewish devil. And then here's another thing. The devil works for God in the Job story, because he can't do nothing that this God doesn't allow him to do.
Well, the devil's not all power.
Right. He's just following what this God says, because in the Job story, the Satan wasn't even around to try to tempt Job. Let me rephrase it. His intention wasn't to tempt Job. He didn't care about Job. It was this God who brought Job to the forefront and then made the bet. Well, how you gonna disagree with what it says?
I know what it says.
What it say?
First of all, if you look at the story, when God the devil where he was at, the devil gave a vague answer to be put out there. I didn't know nothing. I was just walking to it from the earth. So when God asked him a question, it was to draw him out. As soon as he asked him a question, and you set your heart upon my servant Job, first thing he said, take your protection from him. And he gonna do that. I bet you that's Peter looking, watching the whole time. God is drawing him out with his questions. The same thing the devil do to everybody else. He asked the question to make him throw you off guard. Instead, when he came up to God asked him the question. He flipped the script on him. Then he drew him up. What he was really doing. That's how that happened. We can act like it's the other way around. No. God said, Job is the champion. He already knows he can't check Job. He can't. Job is the champion. Everybody on the earth at that time, Job was the only one, and the devil knew it. That's why he tried to act like he wasn't doing that. Wasn't saying no.
I'm gonna disagree with you, because it doesn't indicate that Job knew. I mean, that the Satan knew of Job, because the Satan merely asked. He starts to ask this guy questions about Job. He didn't say, "Yeah, I know Job," right? He says, it says the Lord God said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then the accuser answered the Lord, "Does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side?" These are questions that he's asking.
How do you know?
No, he's just asking questions.
No.
But I see where you're. I see how you can.
How does he know that he's doing all this to Job?
I'm gonna let you have it that he could have known that Job was around and have noticed Job. But hold on.
Go ahead.
Even if he knew about Job, even if he knew that God had a hedge of protection around Job, he did not come up there particularly to talk about Job. They're having this heavenly council, and this guy asked him about him, and that drew Job into the limelight. This council could have went any other type of way. They could have talked about, is there enough rain on the planet or anything else? This God is the one who brought Job up.
Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
You got this one that deceived the first two in the very beginning. Can you tell me all the time you got watching this world of action?
Wait, say that again, because I didn't understand the first thing you said. You got this what?
This devil.
Okay, devil. The Satan. You're right.
Yeah. Deceived the woman in the beginning.
I don't agree that he deceived the woman in the beginning, because he wasn't a. What does Satan mean?
Resistor.
Adversary.
Resistor. I think they do the same.
No. A resistor is somebody who's resisting something. You're like Cain was told he can resist evil, or resist sin, I should say. A Satan adversary is someone who challenges things.
What about an opposer?
Even an opposer. But the serpent didn't challenge anything. He told the truth.
Did he?
Yeah, he said that surely in the day that you eat this, you will not die, but you will become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil.
So them dying part wasn't a lie?
In the day that they died, in the day that they ate from it, yeah, that was a lie. They didn't die the day that they ate from the tree. Did they die?
That's a whole other subject. They died.
It said in the day that they eat, and they use the word yom. Yom means a 24-hour day.
I think if I'm correct, I think me and you had this discussion one time before about how many times the word day is used, or how many ways it's used in the first and second chapter of Genesis.
Well, every time it's, I don't know if we had that conversation, but every time it's used in the first and second chapter, it means a 24-hour day. And almost every time thereafter, it means a 24-hour day.
The first time the word day is used, it doesn't mean 24 hours.
Yes, it does, because it says, and that was the yom, the day, the evening and the morning, and that was the day. The evening. No, you're not giving me facts.
The first time the word day was used, it was used to name light.
It's still when it uses the term yom, it is in reference. The context words around it is that it was and God called the light day, and he called the night, and he called the darkness night. And there was there was the evening, and there was the morning, the first day.
Now in your Bible, when it says that he named the light day, is that D capital?
Yeah, it's capital.
So does that mean 24 hours?
That's just giving it a title. That's just giving it a name.
That's what I'm saying. That's another way it's used. That's not a 24-hour day.
Bruh, that is some serious grasping at straws right there.
All right, tell me what it means.
It's just a title, just like Satan is a title. but when it uses, but the word that's used when Yom is used as far as the evening and the morning, and that was the first day, it is used in the same context of Genesis 2. It's not used as a title in Genesis 2. It's used as a 24-hour day, the same way it's used in Genesis 1.
You're actually confirming my point when I said use three different ways, because the first time it's used, the name of light is day. Just like the name of darkness is night. It's a name. It's a title.
When we go to Genesis 2, right? Let me find where it, he tells them not to eat from the dang on tree.
I know you ain't never read this way before, but I'm telling you the truth.
No, I've read it that way.
I know you read it plenty of times, but you probably just read right through it.
No, actually, I did a whole. Actually, I did a series of videos where we went through when I first started doing lives 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. Those first lives were reading each word, understanding it from Genesis, and we stopped in Joshua or Judges. We stopped somewhere around in there. So, nah, I read this. I did this through a whole study.
You may have to redo that study, bro.
Nah, bro. So hold on. So where it talks about, he said, but of the tree of knowledge and good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall die. It is a lowercase d, which is the same way it is used in Genesis with the lowercase d, which is in reference to a 24-hour day.
Okay.
This is why the scholarly consensus is that it was a 24-hour day when Yom was used as far as eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
All right, let me give you my synopsis. Okay. The first time I see the word day is where God named the light day. That's the first. Then he completes a work, a particular work that he's doing. He calls that a day. It starts from evening and ends in the morning. Right? That's a completed work.
Yep.
Then he goes to the next work and calls that a day. But let's see what happens when he gets down to verse 14. It says, then God said, let the 14.
Let the lights be in the dome of the sky, that part?
Yeah, but it's a particular, it's 14.
Mm-hmm.
Then let there be luminaries in the expanse of the heavens to make a division between the day and the night. And then it says, and they will serve as signs for seasons and for days and years. And when we're talking about days here, that's when it's talking about 24-hour days.
It's been talking about 24-hour days the whole rest of the time, other than when they gave it a title.
If there's no sun, what's dictating 24 hours?
That's one of the problems with the Bible. No, that is a big problem with the Bible, is the fact that he doesn't create the sun and the moon to govern the time frame of to govern that 24-hour time frame until the 14th day. But the establishment of a 24-hour day happens in Genesis 1. I mean, earlier in Genesis 1 on the first day, because the context clues around it is the fact that he says that's the evening and that's the morning and that's the evening. So morning and evening are the time frames of a day, and then morning and evening is used. Well, evening and morning is used for each following time frame that he says that's the second day, that's the third day, that's the fourth day, and the fifth day. It is consistently being. No, you're taking the first time that it's used as a title and trying to overlay that as its meaning.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go with that. We know in the first chapter it tells you 6 days he was created. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying 6 24-hour days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If we go to chapter 2 and we read verse 4. This is a history of the heavens and earth in the time that they were created, in the day that the Lord God made heaven and earth. So was it done in one day? Talk to me.
Yeah, that is still okay. So there's some things that you have to know about Genesis 2 in order to understand Genesis 2. Genesis 2 was written before Genesis 1. Genesis 2 was written by a different group of people than wrote Genesis 1, right? So
Wait a minute. What will make you say that?
the scholarly consensus and the way that is the linguistic archaeology, they all agree that Genesis 2 was written before Genesis 1 and written by different people. One's written by the priestly line, the other was written by the Yahweh's line.
In one book. They use both of these 2 lines for one book?
Yeah, you see, when you go deeper into the creation of the Bible and how it came about, then there was no such thing as a Genesis 1, Genesis 2, chapter this, verse that. It's all just written in one scroll, right? And these were written at different time frame because the linguistic archaeology demonstrates that they weren't written at the same time, nor by the same author. This is why Isaiah is written by at least 3 different authors at minimum. Daniel is written by at least 2 different authors. So linguistic archaeology demonstrates this. And so Genesis 2 was not written after Genesis 1. This was written first. And then the later writers of a different group wrote Genesis 1 as a more detailed explanation of mankind being created, whereas Genesis 2 is written to show how the Israelites were created.
So, all right, so let's getting back to the word day.
Mm-hmm.
How was it used in Genesis 2, verse 4?
Well, in 4, so in 4, where 4 should really stop at where it says these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. It should stop right there. There's a different sense in the writings when it starts out with, in the day that the Lord God made the heavens and made the earth and the heavens, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation on the fields had yet sprung up, for the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was no one to till the ground, right? That in the day of the Lord should start a separate paragraph. It shouldn't be joined in with Genesis 4 because they're not connected with one another, right? Because the language don't match. And this part down here also demonstrates a mistake that is made from a mistake that is a contradiction actually between Genesis 2 and Genesis 1, because Genesis 2 has man being created before the animals, and Genesis 1 had the animals created before man. So when they went back and tried to create the how mankind came to be, they put them in the wrong order.
Wait a minute. Show me that.
And okay, but as I look for it, that's one of the reasons why. That's one of the other reasons why they know that these were written by 2 different authors at different time frames. So when you continue to read Genesis 2, he says that then Lord God, he caused it to rain. He had not caused it to rain, and there was no one to till the ground. So nobody's existing. The earth is not bountiful yet. But a stream would rise on the earth and the waters of the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living being. And the Lord God then planted a garden. So he made man before he made the garden. So before any vegetation, man is made, right? You see that?
Well, seed in the ground. All right.
There's nothing that would suggest that there's seed in the ground. That's a doctrine that was created by Protestants.
Oh, there's not.
No, I'm serious. Protestants created the whole pre-seed in the ground in order for them to negotiate the text to fit their doctrine. But it doesn't say anything about a seed in the ground.
Wait a minute. This in verse 5 it says, "No bush of the field was yet on the earth, and no vegetation of the field had begun sprouting." So in order for something to sprout, it has to be seed.
That is how the Protestants, after the Protestant Reformation, created the preceded earth doctrine.
Well, all right, so it's because the Lord God has not made it rain. So what difference would it make? What rain made if there's no seed?
Well, because these were agrarians who were writing this, and agrarians know that without water, you're not going to get plants. You can't grow things without water. So for them in their style of writing, and this is why the Protestants created this doctrine, they created it based on the idea that the seed must have already been in the ground. Sorry.
Well, we know that today nothing can grow without seed.
True. And when they was writing this, they knew that then too. So of course, when they wrote it, it's written in such a way that you can create that doctrine. But
so you believe that when in the first chapter, when God made green vegetation, he didn't use any seed?
no, and he didn't.
No?
The writers of Genesis 1 don't speak of seed. The writers of Genesis 1 reference everything as God spoke it and it was there. See, this is some of the different writings. This is why you know it's not written by the same person, because you got different writing styles. It'd be like me writing a version of it and you writing a version of it. Because we speak differently and we think differently, we could try to tell the same story, but it's not going to be written exactly the same way because we would have two different writing styles. And this shows the two different writing styles. But we see that the plants were created, that Adam was created first, then the plants were created. And said, and out of the ground, the Lord God made every tree grow and everything pleasant. So he's making the plants after Adam. And then he names all the rivers and all that. He creates the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden. He then talks about the rivers, right? And then the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden. So Adam was made, the garden was made, and Adam was transported to the garden. And then it goes into 18 where it says that it's not good for man to be alone. And I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord formed every animal. So do animals come from seeds too? No. I'm just going to answer it no for you. Out of the ground, he made every animal, every beast of the field, every bird. So we got Adam being made, then the plants, then the animals, right?
Wait a minute. Read 19 again.
So out of the ground, the Lord formed every animal of the field and every beast and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see which one what he would call it.
When it says formed, is that a present word or a past tense word?
When he got formed, that's a present thing. He's doing it right then.
Form?
Yeah, like if I have some.
The word forming when you're doing something like that.
Yeah, if I form something, if I go outside right now, I got a bunch of sticks out in the backyard, right? A whole bunch of wood out in the backyard. If I take that wood and I form a pyre, I'm doing it right now in order to make a fire, right? So before my fire pit, if I say I'm going out here and I formed it, that means I did it. I did it right then.
Okay, but then it says that he began bringing them to the man. So the bringing part is at that moment. So they were formed.
Yeah, out of the ground, and he brought them to Adam.
Yeah, which one is he? So you're saying he's forming them at that moment and bringing them to Adam all as he's making.
Well, so Adam is put in the garden. Then he goes over to the side. He formed all the animals and all the birds, and then he brought them over to Adam and to see what Adam would name them, because he was looking for Adam to have a helper as his partner.
Now, I'm listening to you.
That's
and
that.
I take every different writer and every way of writing, and I have to, instead of just reading what's on the page, I have to take what you're saying is true about the context. If one was written first, one chapter was written first before the other, then I would have to say the way it's worded ain't right based on somebody else that wrote it a certain way or what they was thinking. Other than just reading from what I'm reading for myself, I see from just from a logical standpoint, certain things was already done before he brought the animal to the man. She had already been in the ground in order for rain or a mist to go up to even make anything grow. So the seed was already planted. And I would have to say that.
So were the animals already in the ground?
You split up before and said that should stop at created and start again in the day. Like, I got to take a lot of what you're saying and chop everything up to make it work your way, instead of just reading what's on the page and say that's just the way it was.
No. So so you said a lot right there. So if you're going to say that the seed was already in the ground, then you have to say that the animals were already in the ground too.
I would have to say, when it said formed, I would have to say that's a past tense word.
Were they already in the ground?
They were already made.
No, he said they were. He said, so out of the ground. If you're taking it from the pages on here, and I'm gonna get to taking it from what you read. So it says, so out of the ground, the Lord formed every animal. So where were the animals before they were formed?
They didn't exist.
No, it says out of the ground. So was every animal come from a seed in the ground?
No. I'm not talking about, when I'm saying seed, I'm purely talking about plant. I'm talking about animals.
Well, you can't say that one come from the ground as a seed and the other one doesn't when they both are saying they came from, they both are saying they came from the ground.
Well, everything came from the ground.
So you're saying that the animals were in the ground. They came from.
I said, when you said form, I know anything with an ED on it is past tense. It's done. When it says began being, that's present.
Okay, so even if you say formed, right? Even though it uses the term formed, and yes, you can use formed as a past tense. How far is the past tense?
Before.
But Adam is already created, and that's why this can't be before Adam, because in 16, it was 16? No. In 18, it says, then the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord formed everything. So the whole reason for forming the man out of the ground was to see which animals would be a good helper and partner for Adam. So Adam had to be created. Adam being created and Adam being alone is the causation of forming all the animals out of the ground. So Adam's is still, even if formed is used in the past tense, Adam is still created before the animals.
Or you can look at it as,
are you seriously going to do that?
Each animal is made and has its mate, and when God makes man, he realized he has no mate, and said it's not good for man to be alone. Since I have formed animals, and I'm going to bring them to him, but he needs a mate. that he needs to make.
You're interjecting your own thing, and then you're going against your own point. How can you, if Adam wasn't around, then there would be no point. There was no justification for forming the animals out of the ground at that time frame. He specifically says he formed the animals out of the ground because Adam was alone. You are now creating your own justifications in order for it to fit your doctrine. And I want to go to one other thing that you said earlier in that. You said that you're just reading it from what's on the page. No, you're not. And the reason why I say that is because you are reading it based on a already preconceived doctrine that you have been taught by somebody. Because if I were to, the only way you can read this book and have your own thought process and justification is if you had never heard this story ever, and then I gave you this book and then you read it. That's the only way.
Wait a minute. When you said formed, I use how you read. Now, if I read to you, I think it also depends maybe on translation, so I'm going to give you that. How each person, each translator wrote it, whatever version or translation you have, you use the word form. In my verse 19, it says, now the Lord God has been forming from the ground. So notice the word had been. Forming from the ground, every wild animal in the field and every fire creature of the heavens, and he began bringing them to the man.
Let me guess, you're reading a king.
You see what he would call each one. So that means that he had been already forming.
I'm going to take.
So it depends on how it's worded. I believe maybe that's why you're thinking I'm not reading what's on the page, but I'm reading what's on the page.
I'm going to assume that you are reading a King James version.
No.
What version are you reading?
I prefer the New World Translation.
The what? The New World? Oh, NIV?
No, close enough.
I'm sorry. What did you say? The New World?
New World Translation of the Holy Spirit.
New World Translation. I don't have my list of.
No matter what translation you get, it's going to use a past tense of for the animal with me.
You're hung up on that one word in the past tense, and then you're adding a whole bunch of extra to it. When the fact of the matter is, when you read anything, a word takes its meaning based on the surrounding words around it. You remember, so you agree. So if you look at all the words around it so that you can actually have the context of it, it is still happening after Adam is created. This formation is happened after Adam, because if you go back up, it says that there was no plants in the field, on the earth, no vegetation in the field had sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused the rain, and there was no one to till the ground. So how can animals survive if there is no vegetation?
Well, as far as I put it like this, as far as outside the garden, God made a garden. That was separate from the whole earth. He made a garden.
He could not have made a garden because the Garden of Eden is not in Eden. It's east of Eden. So Eden is a place, and he's east of that.
Say that again?
The garden is made east of Eden. Right?
Would it be in the east of Eden? Or you say east of Eden? Something not part of it.
Well, my bad. It's right. It's so, and the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east. So it's in Eden, but it's in the east. So it's in the east of Eden. So it would be like, I don't know what city you're in, but like I'm in San Antonio. So it would be in the east of San Antonio. Still in San Antonio, but in the on the east side. All right. So this garden is being made, but it says that no plant or field or vegetation has sprung up. And it wasn't on the whole earth. There was none on the earth.
Right.
So the animals, so if you created animals before there is vegetation, the animals would all be dead. They would have nothing to eat.
So what I'm saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it says, what am I looking at? 10?
Verse 10 is a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden and formed and
What garden? If there's no, it's specifically this garden is specific place. If you remember when they got kicked outside of the garden, Adam had to grow all his own food.
right. The garden is in it. The Garden of Eden is east of Eden, and a river flowed out of Eden, to the garden, and then from there it divided into 4 branches.
But it was water. The river was the water in the garden.
The river watered the garden after this guy waters the whole face of it.
So didn't it say he took man and settled him in the garden?
Yes, he settled him in the garden.
So there had to be a garden already there. Nowhere else was there anything from.
I said that's you're making the point. I said that Adam was made first, then the Garden of Eden was made, and all the plants were made, and then the animals were made. That's my whole point. And that is contradictory to Genesis 1. Because if we now, because we got to satisfy that issue, because when you go to Genesis 1, right, it is on the 5th day that it says that then God said, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let the birds fly above the earth, high above the dome, so of the earth across the dome, of the sky. So God created the great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, and of every kind, and with which the waters swarm, and every winged bird of every kind. And God saw that it was good, and God blessed them, told them to be fruitful, multiply, and fill the waters of the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth. And there was the evening and the morning, and that was the 5th day. Then God said, let the earth bring forth every living creature of every kind, and creepy thing, and wild animal of the earth of every kind. And so it was. So
Hold on, stop for a second.
11.
Yeah, very important.
Why would I go to 11?
Very important. This is something we're talking about.
Oh yeah. I meant to go back to 11. I'm sorry. Thank you. I meant to start at 11. So then God said, let the earth put forth vegetation, plant yielding seeds, and fruit, and trees of every kind, and let the earth that bear fruit with its seed in it. So it was. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed of every kind, and trees of every kind, beautiful fruit with the seed in it. And the Lord saw it was good. And there was the evening and the morning. That was the 3rd day. So no, I did not say he needed seed in the sense that you are suggesting. If you look at it, it said, let every plant yielding seed and fruit trees of every kind of the earth that bears fruit with the seed in it. So, and does an apple have a seed in it?
Yes, it does.
So the apple, he brought forth everything. He made an apple, and the apple got seeds.
Hold on. When you started verse 11, what was the first word that was said? Did it say, let the earth bring forth grass?
Yeah, let it bring forth vegetation.
Okay. It said, let it bring forth. That means it didn't bring it forth yet. It said, let it bring forth. So eventually, when it gets watered, it's going to bring forth grass. Didn't he say?
Dude, you are reading into this to make it fit into your narrative. No, you're not. That's not what it's. That's you're inferring something that's not there. When it says that it put forth the vegetation, plant yielding seeds and fruit trees of every kind on earth that bears fruit with its seed in it, and it was so. He is making the fruit. He's making the vegetation, and the vegetation has seeds in it. Not that there is a seed and then it will sprout up. What you're doing is taking the fact that the fruit trees and the plants already got seeds and they're already plants, and you're trying to make it to negotiate it so that it fits Genesis 2. You're trying to say that the plant wasn't there, the tree wasn't there, the fruit wasn't there, just the seed in the ground was there, right? But everything is grown because where it says that tree of every, he said, and fruit trees of every kind on earth that bears fruit with seed in it. So if you're reading what it says, can you have a tree? He said, I'm going to make every fruit tree of every kind on the earth. Can you have is a seed a tree?
It will be.
Is it a tree? Because it says, and it was so. So he made every tree of every kind that bear fruit with the seed in it. So if you got the fruit with the seed in it, if you got a tree, and he said, and it was so, and that was the third day, then there is a tree.
Let me ask you something. When verse 11 starts out and says, let the earth bring forth.
Right.
Was it already done?
Yes, you're commanding it to happen. Let it bring forth. Yes. Okay. So, yes. So, let me explain. No, it's saying for it to be done. So, let me give you an example. Perfect. When I had to attend an event, right? And the person in charge of the event said, let the what's the word? Shit, I keep having the word at the tip of my brain, but I can't get it out off my tongue. Oh, let the procession bring forth is one of the wording that they had used, right? When they said, let the procession bring forth, that's when we all walked in, right? So when they gave the command, we did the thing that they commanded. So when the Bible here is giving the command of let it bring forth, it's giving the command for for it to happen. And that's why he says, and it was so, because and this is why all the context around it matters, because when he says, and it was so, meaning that it happened, that then the trees were made, the grass was made, everything was made, and it happened at that time frame. Because if I took your sense in this, then ain't nothing been built. No sun, no moon, no dome, no separation of the waters. None of the things that happened would have happened yet. But the other context is that it says, and there was the evening, and there was the morning, and the fourth day, the third day, the fifth day. That those things happened on that day, not it's gonna happen later. But when he says he made all the animals on the fifth day, these animals were made. When all the birds were made on the fourth day, they were made right then on that fourth day. But you're trying to split a hair and force words to mean what they don't mean in the context of their meanings.
I disagree.
I know that you are, and I am long past my time frame of being on here. I understand why you disagree, because I mean your confirmation bias forces you to disagree.
No, you were saying something about a conference and let the proceedings go forward.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever y'all into. right?
Mm-hmm.
Has the purpose of why y'all went into the conference been accomplished? When is that accomplished?
When for the command that was given at that moment, on that day.
No, hear me out. The reason why you're there in the first place, y'all were there to accomplish something, right?
Yeah.
So y'all have to go through with the conference in order to come to a logical or to the result of why you went there.
Yeah.
That's all it is. How long you gonna be?
We was there for that day. Exactly how it says. And that was the third day or the fourth day.
So it wasn't accomplished the moment you walked in.
It was accomplished that day.
Right? So it took time.
But it happened that day. And according to what the Bible is saying, it happened on that third day. You see how you can't escape from that?
No.
Your example actually demonstrates that when we walked in, and let me give you more information about what that was. That procession was to greet this royal family, right? On this little special bullshit. Everything was accomplished on that day because they said on this day. And just like the Bible says on the third day, it happened all on that day. And then it's the next day. On the next day, we didn't leave no seeds. It was over. It was accomplished. So when Genesis 1 says that he made it so and it was on that day, it was done on the third day. And then the birds was on the fourth day. And then the animals was on the fifth day, done, which were completed. And then later on that day, he made that man and told him to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Genesis 2, as we saw, Adam was made first, before the plants, before the birds, before the animals.
That's what you would I think that's what you, let me say this.
No. And we're not. And so, and I've been on live for 4 hours and 11 minutes, and I usually do 3 hours and 30 minutes. And I'm about to get hangry, and I need to eat. So, but I appreciate you.
I still enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, I do appreciate you. I enjoyed the conversation as well. All right. But I got to go. Appreciate you. Oh, my. I don't know if she's still on. I'm just going to bring her up real quick. She probably did by accident. Sherry? Huh? I figured it was. All right, young lady. Appreciate you. Bye. All right, people. Woosah. I actually did enjoy that conversation with I think that was DeBarber. Yeah. So I know for some of y'all, it was like, oh my gosh. So I appreciate everybody for being here. It's weird. This subject matter that I was like, I don't know how we can go 3 hours with this subject matter. We actually had more conversation with this subject matter than the damn the conversation yesterday. And I'm saying that because I was telling the group when they was here that if you start doing something on social media or you're doing anything in marketing, although you can do things that should bring attention, sometimes it's the thing that you don't expect to bring attention that actually brings attention. I didn't expect this one to bring much attention, but it did. It did anyway. So that's always pretty cool. You know, you just got to throw it out there and see what happens. So I appreciate everybody for being here. I'll have more information about our next year's meetup as the weeks go by. Just know that you want to do things as quickly as possible, make up your mind, and then put your savings plan together or your payment plan together, however you're going to do it, so that you can meet with us next year, because we had a great time this year. So I can imagine next year we're going to have even greater of a time, especially going to Chichen Itza and going to the step pyramid in Chichen Itza, that would be cool. That's going to be great. So I appreciate everybody. Y'all have a great day. Whiskey and another cigar. Teresa, you have read my mind after I eat whiskey and a cigar. You're absolutely right. Oh, and Teresa, since you're still on here, give me, as soon as I get off here, you can call me right then or within the next hour will be a great time frame to give me a call, because I know we weren't able to have our conversation yesterday. So if you can, call me. If not, I'll reach out to you later on today. So y'all have a great day, and always remember, you have to free yourself to be yourself, because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations, and we are out for the day. One more day down. More deconstruction accomplished. Try